Welcome, welcome. It's Wednesday. Nothing is good, but we're all alive. Well, not the children in Minnesota. Sorry, as a former teacher, that stuff just an 8-year-old, like I'm a second grade teacher. That's very unbelievable to swallow. Sorry, I was recording just the update. The press. There's another press conference going on, but not a lot of new information that I didn't already have. But I just wanted to record the actual. I think it's the police chief who is speaking, so that I could play it now and have the latest updates. Oh, hold on. Let me finish getting us live. Hi, Leah. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. I also haven't been feeling well, but I went to the doctor and got meds, so hopefully soon I'll be feeling better. Okay. Give me 1 second and we will get... and remind me to drink water today. I'm horrifically dehydrated. Yeah, the total injured is 19, just to be clear, right? I think there's 3 adults, total 2 are no longer with us. 14 children are injured in the hospital, 2 are in critical condition, and 3 adults were pew-pewed as well. So the total is 19, 2 are no longer with us, and then the shooter is not. Yeah, that's why I was listening. The police chief in Minnesota just did an update because that's what I was looking. I was trying to figure out if anything had happened since the first. Yeah, the first information. Yeah, a K through 8 school, which is funny. I taught at a K through 8 school for a year. I also went to a K through 8 religious school, so I understand. Wednesday was chapel and mass. Like, I know exactly what these kids were up to in the morning. It's quite tragic. And again, this is going to be absolutely shocking. A white male in his 20s. Or it's not shocking at all. Opened fire on a bunch of children. I mean, yeah, we'll get into it. I want to go through a couple clips and things I have, and some I can't honestly. A lot of this stuff, because you know me, I used to be a researcher. I found a lot. I have his manifesto. I have things I could never show on here. Even if I just show the pictures and don't say anything, I don't think I can show them. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna talk about some of this stuff without getting my live taken, because the majority of this stuff, there's just no way. Okay, what did I want to get into? And then another reason I was late is, as usual, Republicans are lying online. So I just made 2 quick statistical analyses, and I made them in a way that I could show them to you guys so that we could go over a couple things. Number 1, the, actual mathematical cause of mass shootings in America, using cited research, whether it's access to firearms or mental health and SSRIs. And then the second one are, mass shootings in America versus other countries with gun laws. So you can see actual statistical analyses and how we in a giant nightmare. What are you talking about? Ew, hold on. I'm and I just want to say, if you're here to children, I will immediately block you. I'm not dealing with insecure, weird MAGA men, which again has nothing to do with the conversation, but I'm just letting you know, I don't want to see any gross comments about anything today, or you're getting blocked, because today is not the day.
Sophisticated now than computers.
Sorry, I'm just deciding which clip I want to start with. Okay, so I can't. This is what I'll say. I talked a lot about some manifestos of other children in their late teens, early 20s that did this. I mean, all of them were pretty much white males. There was a girl that did it, but then upon review, like the girl in Wisconsin, she was essentially groomed by a man and was in the same discords as the pew-pewers in Tennessee. So a lot of this rhetoric, this insane, like, racist, far-right, schmatzy stuff, which the pew-pewer has just been identified as Robin Westman, who, which it's ironic, like, Kash Patel is online, like, I will now identify the pew-pewer. It's like, yeah, we all knew for 4 hours, but thank you, Kash Patel, for, as usual, knowing nothing about anything. So I'm just going to play the 3 minutes. This is a press conference that's still going on now, but I recorded the police chief section. This is the latest update, like, from the live press conference. Oopsies, hold on.
Our victims.
Tap the screen, please. Tap the screen, share the live.
Particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All 3 had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication of other suspects directly involved in carrying out this attack. Our investigators are working with other agencies in the process of executing 4 search warrants. 1 is for the church itself, where this crime occurred. The other 3 are residences nearby in the metro that are related to this shooter. Additional firearms are being recovered from those 3 residential locations as we speak. We're also aware of a manifesto that the shooter had timed to be released on YouTube. This manifesto appeared to show him at the scene and included some disturbing writings. That content has since been taken down with the assistance of the FBI, and it now remains under active review by our investigators. We know this community is reeling and is in pain. I want to ensure everyone in our community, this parish, all of the families affected, and all of our residents, that all of law enforcement collectively, local law enforcement, our county, our state, and all of our federal law enforcement partners have been here, and we are all working tirelessly to uncover the full scope of why it happened, and whether there are any other further details. We will continue to share updates as the investigation progresses, and we remain committed to being as transparent as possible while protecting the integrity of this investigation, particularly as we speak around our victims. At this point, we know we have a total of 19 victims from this tragedy. 2 were young children, ages 8 and 10, that were sitting in the pews at Mass when they were shot and killed. They were pronounced deceased on the scene. There were another 14 children between the ages of 6 and 15 that were injured by gunfire. There were also 3 adults in their 80s that were parishioners here attending Mass that were also shot in this incident. The families of all of the children that have been affected have been notified. The coward that shot these victims took his own life in the rear of the church. That coward has been identified as 23-year-old Robin Westman. No prior criminal history. As to the weapons used to perpetrate this horrific attack, there was a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. All three had been lawfully purchased by the shooter. At this stage, we believe that the shooter had acted alone. There is no indication.
Oh, sorry. I think I'm repeating the part. Hold on. Let me. Look, sorry. I'm just. If people are saying weird, bigoted things, and I don't know what, like, MAGA saying that this person is trans, I don't know that at all. Like, I found the manifesto, like, hold on, let me, I don't want to, I need to not put anything up that's going to get me in trouble, because I don't, like, there's so many things that like, this guy wanted, I mean, Robin Westman, this is him, and then, like they said, he posted or timed, you can time posts online on YouTube, and then this manifesto was posted. And I'll say this, I've read the ones, like, these kids leave over and over and over every single time, and the really scary part about this one is it's weird, but if you've read the other ones, the past ones of these children who are go into schools and unalive other children, they're often, like, manic. Like, I mean, truly, it doesn't make sense. It's a lot of racism. It's a lot of schmaltzy stuff, which there was a lot of it in there. He was expressing a lot of that, like, all of his weapons were covered in racial slurs and schmaltzy dogma. I mean, but which I can't show you, but I could kind of get into later. But the actual manifesto is just, it's more, I wouldn't even call it a manifesto from the ones I've read. I would say it's more like a letter to his family. Like, here, I'll just read some of this, because usually these manifestos are so horrible that it's like, I can't even read a sentence of this or my live will be taken down. But I actually can read, I think, most of it. I love you all and truly appreciate the time I've spent with you. I have such an amazing family, and it hurts me to throw this wrench into the works of you good people. I feel hope when with you. Sorry, the handwriting is very... I thought this was cursive. It's not. I cherish our time together. Appreciate all that you have taught me, and I felt inspired to be like you when I grew up. I hope you are able to move on and something your lives, like, whatever, without being forever something forever haunted by my actions. Forget me and all that I am. Hold on to yourselves and your loved ones. I love you all. And to my friends, I trust you all to give your memory of me however you see fit. This is hard. Sorry. I'm sorry for the confusion and heartbreak this will bring. I truly appreciate all of you for showing me a good life and helping me through dark times. I've had so many good times that gave me hope. Unfortunately, this world has too much pain to deal out that I can't cover up with the good sides of life. I hope you all can move on and forget the pain life caused. I have wanted this for so long. Thank you so much. Yeah, this is the manifesto I'm reading, which I wouldn't even call this a manifesto. That's what I was just saying. If you're just joining, Robin Westman, who's a 23-year-old white male, shocking, was identified as the pew pewer. There's 19 total victims. There's 3 adults who are 80 and over who were at this mass, that's this diocese Catholic parish that's attached to a K through 8 school, including the school kids that were there. There were, I believe, the adults that were hit were 80-year-olds, 3 80-year-olds. Then there are 14 injured children, 2 of which I think are in critical condition. And then 2 children were unalived. I believe they are 8 and 10. And we'll get into that in a second. But I was saying, I've read a lot of these quote-unquote manifestos. He set this to be released on YouTube, along with some very disturbing pictures and other things. I mean, we can say for sure this person is a racist, far-right schmaltzy. Oh my God. Sorry, I just got a violation. I have to... Hold on. I have to appeal it. Wait, what? Notice is unclear. I'm not sure why I got this restriction. I'm just talking aloud. What? Hold on. I've got to open my other phone, because then I can monitor my appeal from there. I don't know how to monitor appeals inside TikTok Studio. Please tap the screen, gift, share the live, subscribe. I have 348 subscriptions. Did someone subscribe? I'm trying to at least get to 375. They are, Vicky, thank you. Is that Vicky? I didn't see a yellow thing pop up. I apologize. Thank you so much for subscribing. It's just, and I re-downloaded TikTok Studio, so I'm not sure why I can't see that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is the subscription goal. Let me just I need to open this so I can monitor my appeal, because otherwise I'll just if my appeal doesn't go through, it says I don't know I've never seen that violation before, so I think it's like an automatic one from a computer. Hold on, how do I do this? Monitor live, okay. Okay, yeah. Appeal in progress. Okay, so that way, and if it doesn't work, I'll just redo it. Anyways, so I've talked about this before. Like, if you remember when I used to, Dr. Danny and I would do lives, and that the only girl that ever did this, the pewer from Wisconsin in that Christian, it was like that Christian school. And we talked about how she was in the same Discord with two of the pewers in Tennessee. And there are these older males, shocking, white male, like right-wing schmozzies who are essentially grooming these children. When that girl from the Wisconsin school was arrested, you didn't hear a lot of people talking about this. But the day, I mean, she unalived herself. But I mean, when that happened, the next day, there was a raid in California of another house. And it was an adult white male connected to a lot of right-wing schmozzy stuff, who was accused. Because what they did, he's the one that released her manifesto, which I essentially think he wrote. Like, I mean, it was manic, like middle-aged, bitter white man, like nonsense. Like, I was like, there's no way a 14-year-old girl wrote this. Like, this is the last shit a 14-year-old girl's ever concerned with. And it turned out that same girl, like I just said, was in a Discord where there were older groomers with like some of the kids that did this in Tennessee. And a lot of the weapons, all of the racist rhetoric, violent rhetoric, all, that he has written on it is kind of in line with the same thing in the other manifestos. But the sad part, I would say, okay, I'm just going to restart my live because apparently I didn't do anything, but apparently I did. I'm going to literally just restart instantly. BRB. Yeah, and I'm staying on YouTube and stuff. I think you guys can hear me. I never left YouTube or Twitch. I just literally restarted. So I should be back in like 2 seconds on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, I'm already back on Twitch. Twitch is like such a great product. Okay, I'm almost back on YouTube. Okay, sorry. I don't think I've said anything technically wrong yet, but yeah, this is just going to be hard to speak to at all without probably getting in trouble. But it was that same weird thing when I won the appeal last time where it said I was like soliciting follow for follow on my live or something, which, I mean, definitely was not doing that. So, like, let's give everyone a chance to get back in here. I'm sorry, I definitely didn't do what I was accused of, but like, whatever. You are on TikTok. Yeah, I am on TikTok. You are too. Let me reset the GIF. Let me make sure the GIF goes up too, because I'm getting an alert that I need to pin it. Okay, and thank you guys so much for all your support. If you would like to support me, thank you, Heather, I love you. Don't forget to drink water. Thank you for the $2.22 on Venmo. I love the even numbers too. Just like the repetition of numbers is one of my favorite things. And that's a great point. I do. I went to the doctor yesterday. I got more medication. I'm on breathing treatments now, just like when I was a little kid with allergies and asthma. So we're having huge dust storms in Arizona. Like, nobody can breathe. Half the city doesn't have electricity. Here, sorry, I just got another, I thought I got another violation. Thank God. I'm going to keep this open, so if I do, I can immediately appeal it. Oh, that's views, not viewers. Okay, I was like, tap the screen. Let's get some more people in here. Share the live. We love TikTok Shop. Hopefully, I am not going to get in trouble again. I don't think I did what I was accused of. Oh yeah, the storm's wild. Like the windows were shaking all last night. But I was so how it's affected me the worst is a sinus infection. Like it's just all the dust, and I'm running and walking outside every day. It's really bad for me. But I saw a doctor yesterday, so I'm gonna be okay. Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to finish. I have like 4 water bottles and 2 Gatorades. I like drink half of one, drop it somewhere, drink half of another. Okay, when I weirdly got a violation that had nothing to do with anything I was talking about, so I have no idea why. I was talking about this guy's manifesto that's not like other manifestos. Normally they're like this far-right schmaltzy content that's super scary, and it's like the ramblings of a madman. This is literally just a person kind of just saying goodbye to his family, goodbye to his friends. I'll read this, which I thought, I don't know. The only weird parts, I've wanted this for so long. I'm not well. I'm not right. I'm a sad person, haunted by these thoughts that do not go away. I know this is wrong, but I can't seem to stop myself. I am severely depressed. Yeah. And I'm not, yeah. And, having thoughts of unaliving. I'm just trying not to read anything wrong. Only recently have I lost all hope and decided to perform my final action against this world. I don't want to kneel down for the injustices of this world. I want to unalive. I'd rather unalive on my feet than live on my knees constantly in pain. Okay, you know what? And this is my true thoughts about this. Truly, this is how I feel about this. Let's all tap the screen. Like, hey, that paragraph I just read, me too. Literally me too. If you look at my mental health diagnoses, I'd put mine up against anyone's. Had shittiest childhood ever. It's unaliving ideation, got that every day. But the thing is this, there's a difference between, hey, I no longer want to be here, and I'm going to punch down and unalive little children who can't help themselves. Oh, and spray, pew bees at 80-year-olds that just made the mistake of attending a mass on a Wednesday morning. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be here? That's tragic and horrible, and Trump shouldn't be defunding the police, defunding mental health, defunding Medicaid, Medicare, any way that anybody can get help for anything, right? I totally agree. I'm going through the same thing. Therapy is so expensive. Every dime I make on this show, pretty much I just put into going to therapy. And then, reinvest in the business, and then on top of that, go to therapy. So I totally get it. There's no hope for people, but hey, don't bring children into it. That's where I just will never get it. I will never understand. I'm depressed. Truly, this has been, oh my God, I promised myself I wasn't going to cry. One of the hardest summers of my life, and I've had some very hard times. But just, that's between me and me, not a school of children. That is where I will never understand. Hey, I just couldn't take it anymore. Cool, with you on that. None of us can. But then you don't go find a school and hurt people. No, I know. And Kim, yeah, that's what I don't understand. Not to my knowledge, I have the letter, and I know what MAGA is saying. Well, let me just keep reading, so that was page 1. It's not like some long ass. Some of these manifestos that come out are 55 pages. And they're the ramblings of mad people. But that was just the first page here. Let me keep reading. I have not seen any of that. I know what MAGA is saying online, but I haven't personally seen any of that, actually, there is parts about health, but not that I read, no. MAGA is trying to say that this person was trans. I personally have no knowledge of that. It's really hard to read this handwriting, so maybe if it's in here, we're about to find out. I love you all and truly appreciate the time I have spent with you. I have such an amazing family, and it hurts me to throw this. Oh, no, wait, that is the first. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about health. I was like, what? I think I am dying of cancer, which I doubt. I mean, I don't know, but I think that's metaphorical. It's a tragic end, as it's entirely self-inflicted. I did this to myself. I cannot control myself and have been destroying my body through vaping and other means. I think I have lung cancer. I have felt my pain that makes me think I am past the point of recovery. I do not want to recover. I do not want to throw my life away by rotting in a hospital bed. I don't want the rest of my life to be as a cancer patient, in and out of hospitals, constantly being fretted about. Oh my gosh, this person knows vocab. Fretted about with people afraid to be happy around me. F that, but he wrote it out. I want to go out on my own means. Yes, fine. Okay, hear that. With you on that. Chronic terminal illness. I don't think he has that necessarily, but I'm just saying, you don't need to bring anyone else into it. That's what I will never understand. And let's say you did, right? Let's say you're like, I blame other people for this. How it can't be kids. It can't be little innocent kids. Like, if you have to punch someone, punch up, not down, right? Like, that's what I don't understand, okay? Like, make it make sense. This is the manifesto of Robin Westman, the 23-year-old pew-pewer that injured 19 people, 2 of which are unalive, 2 children are in critical condition, 3 were 80-year-olds at a K through 8 Catholic school / I went to a K through 8 religious school, so I know how it is. On Wednesday morning, you go to Mass. That's where the kids were. Grant blames children. No, I know, it's great. But think about it. Like, you're angry at the world, you're depressed, you're pissed, which we all should be. We should be mad about so many things. But the last people we should blame are little innocent children and 80-year-olds. That's the cowardice in this whole thing. Hey, you can't stand it here anymore. None of us can. But that's between you, and definitely not children and elderly people. Wait, okay, I think I read that whole paragraph. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to my depression, anger, and twisted mind, I want to fulfill a final act that has been in the back of my head for years. Okay. You are what kept me going. Because again, this is like to his family. I find no more interest in anything material. I have only an interest in my mission and love for my family. Yeah, it sounds like that's the saddest part about this. It sounds like his family, really loved him. If I didn't have such an amazing group of people around me, I would have been gone much sooner. I understand that too. You and me both. I just want to escape from this world, escape from the constant bills, just preaching my shitty jobs, shitty people, and injustice of America. That's what I'm trying to say. This is sane. When you read these children's manifestos in the past, they don't make any sense. They're just super racist, far-right, schmatzy stuff, which he had that too, written on all of his weapons. Don't get me wrong. That influence definitely touched him, for sure. Horrible things, horrible. But wait, hold on. I'm done with this. I am not, what? I am not bow. I will not bow. I will be selfish and leave you to pick up the pieces. It's my fault. Blame me, but please move on. Whether you accept my apologies or not, I hope you all can move on past this and continue your lives. Remember to be good people. Really? That's ironic. Now more than ever, the world needs love. This is so strange. Even if you don't get it in return, please find hope, find love, and stand up to injustice. Hey, I'd be totally with you if you didn't end up at a school. I love you all. I remember you. Pray for the victim. So that was the second page. This is only 2.5 pages. So you asked me, and I know MAGA's spreading lies on the internet that this is a trans person. I've done research all since this happened, right? I found this manifesto right when it was released on YouTube and the other horrible, racist, far-right schmotzy stuff, all of it. But so I have not seen anything of that nature that says he was part of the LGBTQIA personally. I love you all. I will remember you for the victims and their families. I love you, Dad, Mom. Well, I don't know if I should read their actual names. All of his apparently he has a lot of siblings. Robin M. Westman, 2002 to 2025. That's the saddest part about this is, like, I just remember when I was a teacher looking at kids' birth dates and be like, God, these kids were born in the 2000s. Like, what is good? Like, these kids are babies. And it's just crazy. And then P.S. T to his sister, I assume Teresa, his name's Teresa, get over yourself and make up with Mom. It's so weird. It's like, she loves you. You need to grow up and accept the time just keeps on effing moving. You either will stay in the past and rot, wasting your life and happiness away, or you can grow up and move on from things. We all love you. P.S. I would recommend any of you to read my journals, and there's more. Like, I don't know what's in them, but that's what he's saying. Unless you really want to, or any of you to read my journals, unless you really want to. I wouldn't. He's saying don't read them. Which, based on some videos I've seen he made, I wouldn't either. Because it's so interesting. Like, this is some nice letter to his family, but like, the content he's making is far-right, racist, vile, horrific stuff. Like, truly horrific stuff. PBS, I wouldn't recommend you read any of my journals unless you really want to, but be warned. And let me show you. Okay, I think it's important to just let victims of this speak, which it's hard for me, as a former teacher, like, I want children to express themselves, right? But like, this is painful. So this is a child who was in the mass, goes to this school, and is just talking about, with his parents to the news about what he experienced. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I say trigger warning, like, this is why I was an hour late, because I was just like, I can't even listen to these things. So just understand, this is a little child telling you what just happened to him.
My friend got hit in the back.
Did he go to the hospital?
Yeah, he went to the hospital.
What went through your mind when you saw that?
I was super scared for him, but I think now he's okay. I was scared that I wasn't going to see her, because I didn't know what was happening, really. I was just in shock. It was like right beside me. I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So the shots were like right next to me. The first one, I was like, what is that? I thought it was just something. Then when I heard it again, I just ran under the pew. And then I covered my head. My friend Victor saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit.
Your friend laid on top of you?
Yeah, and he got hit.
Is this something that you've practiced before?
Yeah, we practice it every month, or I don't know, but yeah, we've never practiced it in the church though. Mm-hmm. Only in school, so it was way different.
What do you want to say to your friend who helped protect you?
He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
And what do you want to say to everyone that had to go to the hospital?
I hope you're okay, and I'm praying for you. My friend got hit.
Not sure. I'll say this: of the 14, there's 17 people in the hospital. As far as I've watched all the press conferences, there are 2 children I know of in critical condition, and that's it. I mean, that's too many, but I'm just saying, and I don't know if they're just telling him, oh, he's going to be okay, and they don't, I don't know how they would have any way of knowing that. That's what I'd be telling my child. So you know what I mean? Yeah. Well, yeah, there's two that were pass away immediately, an 8 and a 10-year-old. But I'm saying of the children, the injured, there's 14 injured, but 2 are in critical condition. And then there's 3 adults who were in the mass at the back of the church, which I have some other clips to show that will explain like how this, what this looked like. But that's why he's saying the stained glass window. Apparently this coward, like basically didn't even go in, was just lighting up this church through stained glass windows. Which, hold on, let me find that, because I just need to be careful. I have so many inappropriate clips like of the stuff on YouTube and the YouTube content before his YouTube was taken down. Their YouTube was taken down. That is like just really bad, which I wasn't thinking at the time of how could you can't play this or show it. Let me, hold on. I'm trying to find the video about. Sorry, I'm just going to play some of these clips, and one of these will talk about like the direction of the trajectory of the bullets and stuff.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIAN, O''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. Earlier today, just before 8:30 a.m., our city experienced an unthinkable tragedy. Minneapolis police officers responded to a report of a shooting at a mass that was happening at the Annunciation Roman Catholic Church on the block behind me. This worship service was marking the first week of school for children that are attending the Annunciation Catholic School. During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside on the side of the building and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass. Shooting through the windows, he struck children and worshipers that were inside the building.
You're asking me why I'm smiling, Denise? Please, do you think I'm a sociopath who finds this funny? Or do you think some rude person in the comments said something that was unbelievably incorrect and a complete lie? They said, Donald Trump has nothing to do with people having pew-pews, which I thought was very ironic. You know what Donald Trump has everything to do with? Defunding the police, defunding the FBI, and particularly defunding the ATF. So Denise, if you don't know what type of person I am by now, then don't be here. This is not compulsory. This is voluntary. If you think I'm an awful person that laughs at children's pain, leave.
The shooter was armed with a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol. This was a deliberate act of violence against innocent children and other people.
I just want to explain my frustration about that and I should expound. That's a big word, but I should say something more. I have been diagnosed with actual PTSD, post and complex PTSD. So my reactions, let's say I was listening to this and for some reason I smiled or I had a weird reaction. That is part of sort of like my mental health diagnoses. I often have very weird reactions to things. Like that's something that people have talked to me about my whole life. That one was not that, but don't police people's reactions like who've been through horrific trauma. There's no right reaction to trauma. But the reason I was laughing was because some uneducated bag of man, I'm assuming, said that Trump has nothing to do with people having pew-pews. Oh my God. It's just, and we'll get into it. Don't worry. The reason I'm late is because, Brett, do you want to come up and say something? I just saw you're here. Do you want to come up and talk? If you do, Brett, you're welcome up anytime. Like, just thank you for being here. And God knows you know more about this than I do. If you want to come up, but if you're in the request because you're trying to debate or something, I'm not taking debates about this. I did do a bunch of statistical analysis on this, which I'll go through, which I could use in a debate, but this is not up for debate. Like, I'm not going to debate something about. I did do a bunch of research on this. That's why I started the live late, which I'm going to present, but I'm not going to debate with people that have no idea what they're talking about.
Shipping. The sheer cruelty and cowardice of firing into a church full of children is absolutely incomprehensible. Police officers from the Minneapolis Police Department immediately responded, entered the church, and attempted to provide first aid and rescue some of the children that were hiding throughout the building, while other first responders came and EMS responded to rush victims to nearby hospitals. 2 young children, ages 8 and 10, were killed where they sat in the pews. Their parents have been notified. 17 other people were injured, 14 of them being children. 2 of those children are in critical condition. The coward who fired these shots ultimately took his own life in the rear of the church. Our hearts are broken for the families who have lost their children, for these young lives that are now fighting to recover, and for our entire community that has been so deeply traumatized by this senseless attack. We will stand together to protect our children, our schools, and our houses of worship. This deliberate act of violence is just a sign of cruelty that is beyond comprehension. Our hearts are broken for everyone that's been affected by this tragedy. As we begin the difficult path of healing, I want the community to know this, that even in the face of such evil, the Minneapolis Police Department and all of our law enforcement partners stand with our community. We stand with these families and with this parish. We will continue to be here for you.
Computers.
Hi, Brett. First of all, I just feel like you must be reliving your nightmare every time this happens. I promise myself I'm not going to cry, so I'm going to get it together. But just do you want to tell us how you're feeling and what you're thinking?
Thank you for having me up. And just in case I might lose service, I'm in transit to pick up my kids from school, which is just an otherworldly feeling right now anyways. But I actually slept in today. And the crazy thing is that when you wake up to hundreds of messages telling you that this happened again, the same thing that you've been saying over and over and over until you were blue in the face, it happens again. And I'm already seeing people saying, now's not the time to talk about it. Now's not the time to talk about it. They've been saying that about Uvalde for the past 3 years. When is the time to talk about it?
It's never time, Brett. It's never time.
Exactly. So, when is that? That's what I'm curious about. And I do, I'm heartbroken, 100% reliving this, because when these things happen, you go through the timeline. So then you're like, I know what's happening to this parent right at this moment. They don't have the news yet. They're wondering whether or not their child made it out, and then after a few, you're like, okay, this parent just got the news that their child is never coming home. Their 10-year-old baby, their 8-year-old baby, they're never coming home again. And then I know how that world just fractures, that they're never going to be the same person. The person they were at 8 o'clock this morning when they dropped off their children, they will never, ever be again. And, you start going through that. And then you're like, now this is the time where they're like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here because my baby is not here. And then you realize that this is the moment then where it's like, well, I have to do this. I have to honor them. I have to give them that funeral to honor them one last time, because they will never be honored again in this way. And yes, it is completely terrible. It's just completely heartbreaking. Back to that you're making about that person that has said, it didn't have anything to do with this. We fought for years to get the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and day one, he shut it down. So if anybody that doesn't go back to the place, gets out of there, we as a country are more worried about people burning a piece of cloth, a piece of fabric that has been perverted and moved away from its initial meanings, more so than we care about the children that are lost.
think you're breaking up a little, Brett. After you're done picking your children up, I'll probably still be live. If you want to come back up and talk, I would love to have you. I would love to go through I did some statistical analyses I think you would love to comment on and hear the data. So after you pick your children up in your home, if you want to come back up, please, I would love to have you back on the live. You're amazing and we support you. I think we lost him. I'm not sure. I can't. Yeah. Okay. That was not. Yeah. I think he dropped. But I think he said at the beginning, I might break up. If you don't know, if you're like, who's Brett Cross? His child was unalived in Uvalde. His other child was supposed to be at school in Uvalde that day and happened to stay home sick. And he's an amazing advocate, to protect children against pew-pews, like a close friend of mine. Just so proud to know him, and like just one of the most beautiful, pure human beings on this earth. Like, I'm a harsh critic of myself, but like, you meet people and you're just like, God, that person's a ray of light in the face of in the face of an absolute nightmare. Yes, and his wife's name is Nikki. And if you are part of the community, but I'm just saying, it occurred to me when he was speaking, like, I hope people know exactly like who's speaking. And literally imagine if you are one of these people whose child has been a victim of this. And it's not my story to tell, but if you have heard Brett tell the story of what happened to his child. I mean, essentially, his child's body was ripped in half. And it's still not time to talk about Uvalde. We're still at thoughts and prayers with Uvalde. So, I mean, when is there a time to talk about any of this? That is the question. Which brings up something. I want to show, I was trying to clip some things from Fox News, which some of them are going to be more upsetting. The more upsetting ones are the reason I started doing statistical analyses, because I'm like, I can easily mathematically prove this wrong. Like, everything they're saying is a lie. But I do want to show one clip where I was like, wow, like, okay. I don't know if you guys know Trey Gowdy. I want to say this. I know he was a district attorney. He was a DA somewhere. Then he was a representative in Congress. I'm sorry, I'm not sure which state or which district, but he was a Republican congressperson, and now he is a Fox News, I don't think anchor, but he has a show. So I just want to show this clip because I was like, wow, Trey Gowdy said something. Timu Malfoy, that is the funniest thing. Oh my God, that was a good one. I'm sorry. I did not see that one coming. Okay, yeah. But I'm saying he was the only person saying something that I was like, oh, it's Fox News, because this was one of their like immediate things after this happened. I was like, on Fox and Friends. So I was like, oh, is Fox News like gonna say some real things and not be horrible today? No, it didn't go that way, but
our system is reactive. Something bad happens, we react to it. And what people are crying for now is, how can we prevent this? How can we stop it? And the only way to stop it is to identify the shooter ahead of time or keep the weapons out of their hands. And so we're going to have a conversation of freedom versus protecting children. I mean, how many school shootings does it take before we're going to have a conversation about keeping firearms out? It's always a young white male, almost always. I mean, did anyone this morning think, I wonder if that was a female? Did any of y'all think that? I mean, there's been one school shooting involving a female.
It was in Tennessee.
One. Yeah, Tennessee. But other than that, it is usually young white males.
But do we not already have laws on the books for these types of situations?
Like what?
That's when, and then what's her name? I think it's Rachel. And then she gets real gross. I don't, and I'm going to show those clips, but I just can't hear it right now. But I mean, imagine, I was like, oh, is Fox News about to correctly identify a problem? Because that is the truth. I mean, he nailed it. We have to keep pew-pews out of these people's hands. We have to have red flag laws, right? Like, I mean, that's, and I'm saying these are not like MAGAs, like, let me tell you all of my feelings about things. Right? And I'm saying these aren't my feelings. I'm just talking to you about math right now. Mathematically, if in fact you wanted little children to stop being pew-pewed in schools, I'm just saying mathematically that's what we would have to do. not my idiot feelings that I heard from Kyle Rittenhouse, who's like a spokesperson, like talking of, who has no idea what he's talking about. That's real stuff. Let me show you some of these. Oh yeah, and I did like Mr. Global. Sorry, I don't mean to make you look at all of this presentation, but Mr. Global posted this also like pretty quickly after this happened, and it's just a minute. And I liked some of the points he was making, because I don't always like this point, but you know, I do like him pointing out, you know, in the end, all that's going to happen is people are going to be arguing online, which I had to restart my live because I got some weird violation and the appeal wasn't approved. But if you were in here, like the first 5 minutes of the live, all of these crazy MAGA people were saying he was LGBTQIA, or what was he? I'm trying to remember the other. Oh, and trying to say, you know, like he's a Democrat or whatever, which he's not. I mean, I know that for sure, but I just want to tell you, like, a mental health crisis has nothing to do with political ideology. I could tell you that when I went looking for this guy's manifesto that was time released on YouTube and started looking at his content, he is espousing they're espousing values of far-right schmazzies. Unbelievable racism, anti-Semitism, just anti-LGBTQ, like the F slur, the R slur. I mean, everything you can imagine, this person is espousing. And then also right next to those things, which would make you think, okay, this is a far-right zealot, also emblazoned across those pews is unalive, but, you know, the K word, Trump. Like, so I just want to point out, like, it's not about that, right? And once I showed the actual math about that, if we literally sit here all day long and say, this is your fault, yes, we have a problem with white males in their 20s doing things like this. We have a couple, I think Trey Gowdy said there was only one girl in Tennessee. No, there's two. There was a girl in Wisconsin as well, but she was also, I was saying this earlier, was groomed. The girl, I think she was only 14, right? She was 14 or 15. She was in Wisconsin at another religious school. She was groomed by like a creepy white male in a Discord that it turned out that the pewers in Tennessee, I think the last two, were also in. And I was like, she released this manifesto that was like, no 14-year-old child would ever like know about this stuff, would write it. And then it turned out, you know, then the FBI did a raid, or police in California did a raid on some middle-aged man or some man's home. And I was like, and there you have it. Like, there are discords popping up with so much far-right schmazzy rhetoric, but I would say there's a lot of contradictions in them, right? The point is to go out in a blaze of glory. It's not like they're like, okay, here's our absolute political ideology. We're on the right or we're on the left. These are people in mental health crises, in mania, you know, that have all sorts of mental health issues that are just, let's say, quote unquote, going out in a blaze of glory. So again, this is the video that Mr. Global posted right after this happened.
Look, let's be honest. Our children are simply statistics in a system that prefers power, that prioritizes power over protection. And we all know by the end of the day, the entire debate over this shooting will be who the person voted for. Because you cannot...
I just want to correct something. Someone in the comments told me Robin is she, her. If that is true, they were referring to themselves as he, him in a lot of their journals. So yeah, So if that's true, I apologize, and I'll just say they, them. But yeah, I've just been reading a lot of writings and things that went the other way. So I apologize if Robin is she, her. I did not know that, or have seen it in news reports. I know there was a name change, but I didn't necessarily hear anything about gender, because they are writing as he, him at times. But again, that could be in the past. So I'm not saying, I'm just going to refer to Robin as they, them.
Miss an opportunity to try to one-up the opposition. That is the most important thing, right? And, we haven't passed any legislation on a federal level since 2022 that addresses this stuff in any way. That was the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which Donald Trump quickly cut $1 billion from. Yeah. When a legislator offers prayers, what they are saying is, this is all I have to offer because I am not capable of offering you anything else. A more accurate way to put it is they simply don't care enough to muster the capability. Yeah. Thanks. Look,
I just want to say I have no knowledge. That's why I don't know about what their gender was. I don't know. And that's why I'm saying it. I know there was a name change reported, but I just don't know, and it wasn't included in the manifesto or anything else. So that, yeah, I just don't know. Like, that's so, and I just want to be clear, it does not matter like that much, right? Like, we are talking about, I think, let's focus more on, this is an epidemic of young people in their 20s doing this, or early teens and 20s doing this. And I'm seeing some people, I think, Truth, you're in the comments saying things that are not very smart, saying, oh, what do? We already have gun control. No, we don't. You have no idea what you're talking about. But don't worry. I like I said, the reason I started the live like an hour and 30 minutes late is because I did some math. So don't you worry. I have some answers. I actually looked into that because I did 2 different statistical analyses. Again, so it's not like white males throwing up their feelings online, trying to, because they have a small d, so they're like, I've got to keep my pew-pews, it's the only thing that makes me feel like a man. Like, it is absolutely idiotic to not understand that it doesn't matter how many pew-pews you hoard. Like, my favorite is when MAGA men are like, that way when the government comes after us, we can defend ourselves. You're not going to see the government coming. They're sending drones that you will never see coming. I don't think you understand modern warfare. And I just want to say, if you're worried about the government coming after you in a civil war, they already did. That's what you don't understand. Modern warfare is cyber war, right? It's mental warfare. They already indoctrinated you. They already put you into an information silo, and you are in cognitive dissonance. They don't need to come after you physically. You're already an idiot that can't read or do math that's carrying water for them. Don't worry about it. Like, that's what you don't understand. Like, you're waiting for someone to come attack your homestead like it's 1776. You already got. Like, they already got you. You're like, bless your heart. Figure out, and I would say this, do a statistical analysis, and I'm not saying you, but I mean, like, this is what is the benefit of AI, right? And I mean, I pay for a very expensive large language model that like cites sources and things and allows me to put in huge data sets. But I'm saying even the basic ones can explain this to you, can explain that modern warfare is cyber warfare. Like, you're waiting for like a plane to drop a bomb on you. That's not what's going on. Like, you've already been attacked and you've already lost the war. If you're part of MAGA, you already got in Russian cyber war. You're already spewing Russian rhetoric. Like, they're not coming for you physically. You're already their soldier. And you can look up those. If you think I'm making this up, I mean, I've done like 5-hour lives tracing Russian propaganda to the birth of MAGA. Everything you believe was your idea. Remember when you got, like, here's a great example. Do you guys remember when you thought that like FEMA was a POS and you couldn't trust them, and there were all those floods and there were like hurricanes in Florida and there were floods in like North Carolina, and people were like, I can't call FEMA, it's a conspiracy and they're gonna hurt me. That was Russian propaganda. Like, you believe you have these ideas, those are Russia's ideas, and you're like, yeah, I'm smart. The idea that Russia's not an enemy, like, you're already a casualty of war. You just are thinking in terms of Civil War or World War II. That's not how it works anymore. Sorry, I lost my train. Is Brett back? Brett, you are welcome up here at any moment you would like to come up. We would love to have you. But again, I'm just going to try to say some of the things that was written on like the magazines and like the pew-pews and things. If you can think of a slur for Hispanics that rhymes with kick, it says kick a blank. F-U, wait, oh my God, what? Lots of the N-word. F-U, eat shit with it. Oh, then the F slur. 6 million wasn't enough, which is a very common thing for these kids that are in these discords that are spewing like far right schmutzy propaganda. They're referring to how many people were unalived in the Holocaust. Hi, Joby. God, you know, like how gas unalived a lot of people in the Holocaust. He had tear gas or mace saying extra JEW gas. I mean, but again, the interest of this, like on the site of the rifle, it says F optics. Sorry. But then right under it, it says unalive Trump now. Like, this is the irony of this. Also, let me show you another thing that's interesting while I'm on this line of logic. Let me find, I think I have a screenshot of this. I can't, okay, wait, hold on. I know I have a screenshot of this somewhere. Yeah, here it is, okay. I don't want to show that part. There's a video that's super disturbing, which is just them like bullets or just picking. It's like almost like an ASMR video, but then the words are quite disturbing. But in this now deleted video, which this is kind of the caption of that video, if you want to find this, and this, a lot of this really terrible stuff was put into a thread, not my thread, but on X. Don't recommend you go on X, but if for some reason you want to see this, Patriot Takes, which they work for Midas Touch, go to at Patriot Takes. They made a thread with like some of the worst stuff. In this now deleted video, this is before. This is why it's so funny. Like Kosh Patel, like an hour and a half ago, was like, "I will now announce who the pew-pewer is." It's like on X, everyone knew for 3 hours. In this now, but I'm just telling you that's why it says alleged, because no one had officially announced yet, but like everyone had found the time released TikTok and was starting to find all that content. In this now deleted video, alleged Minneapolis church pew-pewer Robin Westman told supporters in the to vote, which this is the craziest part. So that's a lot. The largest part of this video is them saying, "Hey, I met Brandon Herrera, who's a Republican candidate for Congress, at a pew-pew show," which I assume is probably where some of this was purchased. I mean, it seems like there's a very large collection. And we agree on the same things, around 2A and all that. And this video is basically saying, hey, yeah, vote for this person. Quote, "I met Brandon Herrera at a SHOT Show last year, which is a convention. He and I had a brief conversation, but we agreed on a lot of things. So y'all should vote for Brandon Herrera for president." And then says like, F those kids, which I found very disturbing. But again, this is from, oh wait, I can just show you. If you want to find this, because this is a thread that has the other pictures of the actual weapons and like the slurs and anti-Semitic stuff that's written on them, you can go to at Patriot Takes on X, where you can post anything, no matter how horrific, and that's where you can find it. And then underneath, there's more postings from MAGA and stuff. So I would say if you're looking for more information, this might be a good place to start. Like, I don't know why you would say, I told you I pretty much just described most of it, but sorry, I need to make sure this is not showing as I scroll through, because I don't want to be banned because I'm describing this stuff. Wait, I know there's one more clip I need to play, or two more. Probably two more. And then there's like four more. Okay. Got him. So I told you, like, Trey Gowdy, I was shocked because Trey Gowdy was like, yeah, like, until we stop people from these weapons being in people's hands until we can identify them early. He's basically lobbying on Fox News this morning immediately after this for red flag laws. And I was like, man, maybe Fox is about to do the right thing. No, they were not. So now I believe her name is Rachel Campos Duffy. Okay, I couldn't remember her name. And then it got gross, like it always does on Fox, which these are the clips that made me want to do actual math so I could just prove, I don't need to do statistical analysis. This is obviously wrong, but this is what made me think, God, people need to understand reality.
And that is about the last big school shooting we remember. There's been others. The last one with a lot of attention was at a Christian school. This is a Catholic school. What happened this summer in Syria in the middle of Mass, in June, at a Greek Orthodox church, right in the middle of Mass, children there. 22 children killed, 62 wounded. And so, yes, we need to think about these things happening here. Christians are the most persecuted religion in the universe right now in the world. So that's definitely a potential.
I don't need to do a statistical analysis about that. That is absolutely not true. Told that to the other people of the book, as they call them. If you don't know that term, people of the book, it's the umbrella of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, who are the rate per 100,000, as we would say, of discrimination. Yeah, don't worry. More, that is a joke, but this is the narrative. So what she's doing, she spoke after Trey Gowdy's very obviously, if we really care about children, he's not saying the words red flag laws, but he's describing them and saying, this is what we need to prevent this from happening. And this was her first immediate response is, it's persecution against Christians. No, the F it is. They're not going church to church. They're going school to school. But and also it really bothers me when she says Christians are the most persecuted people on earth. Are you okay? There are literal laws in this country to protect Christianity, but since Trump has come into office in January, there's executive order after executive order literally claiming Christianity is the only religion allowed to be practiced. And yeah, that is a wild, wild claim to make, especially in this country. Oh, and here's the one that spurred me on to do the actual statistical analyses. This drives me nuts.
And that is about the last big school shooting we remember. There's been others. The last one with a lot of attention was at a Christian school. This is a Catholic school. What happened this summer in Syria in the middle of Mass, in June, at a Greek Orthodox church, right in the middle of Mass, children there. 22 children killed, 62 wounded. And so, yes, we need to think about these things happening here. Christians are the most persecuted religion in the universe right now in the world. So that's definitely a potential motive. But Trey, you talked about how do we protect these schools? I think of two things. SSRIs and the kinds of medications so many young kids are on since such a young age. I hope Bobby Kennedy looks into that, our Secretary of Health and Human Services. But also, why haven't we until now? We've talked about how do we secure these soft targets you talked about. I've always wondered, why don't we have a civilian group of retired veterans, retired cops who volunteer?
I need to say this, before I get into my statistical analyses, Trump is defunding the police. Period. And you know what? And one of the things I was really passionate about playing today, J.B. Pritzker gave a speech that just brought the house down. And I'm going to play it. And that's what J.B. Pritzker was talking about. Trump has defunded the police. But since MAGA can't do math or read and can't find their way out of a paper bag, they have no idea about that. Not only, and the other funny thing is, they're trying to change the name of the military, or from Department of Defense to Department of War. right? And yesterday in that weird glazing session of it was supposed to be the cabinet. It was just people like on their knees, like S-ing Trump off and giving him Andrew Jacksons. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. The reality is, the reason you had to get rid of DEI was because it was lowering standards. That's a lie, which I can prove through math. But standards have never been lower. Funding has never been lower. For the ATF, you have a problem with children being pew-pewed? Trump defunded the ATF. Trump defunded the FBI. Trump has rerouted every a lot of able-bodied, intelligent people in the FBI to what? Immigration enforcement, right? If you have a problem, same thing with if you care about child sex trafficking, he rerouted people from that to ICE. Every reason this happened, Trump is guilty of. And I love watching people be like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Trump has defunded the police. The same things you guys railed against, which defund the police was a slogan and part of a larger conversation about accountability in the police force, meant to invoke emotional reactions and make people think, right? It was part of the Black Lives Matter movement. Trump actually did it. Trump actually stole from all of us. Trump is making it harder for us to keep anyone safe. That is the absolute reality. Sorry, let me finish this last part, and then I'll get into the mental health stuff, because I just can't stand that.
Once they're done, to protect these soft targets, to protect our schools, is that something that could happen?
That was one of my ideas when I was the district attorney, is take retired law enforcement officers, screen them, obviously, so you get out people that you don't want. There are countless adults whose children are either older or who did not have children, who are willing to risk their lives to protect the most innocent among us.
Oopsie, sorry. That was my fat fingers and an unstable perch for my iPad. I'll go back to the person. Okay, there we go. But yeah, and also I was going to speak about this sort of unrelated. I didn't, we never know when these tragedies are going to occur. But I was going to do a piece that I never got to on Monday about Trump had, this is the point, DEI, we need the best, and that's not black and brown people, and white people are inherently better than anything. No, I will take, I don't debate a lot, but yeah, if you want to debate me that no one is less qualified than Trump's cabinet to be in the positions they were in, I'll take that debate. If you want to debate me that Trump has lowered the qualifications to be in the police force, in the FBI, in ICE, in any agency, they are taking the dumbest. And actually, oh my gosh, it's so funny because when I clipped this, I did not know that this horror show was going to happen. But this is from Rachel Maddow's show on Monday, right? She was doing a piece on this. And this is not Felice saying her feelings. This is math, MAGA. Everything that you said DEI was doing to you, which, let's be real, you guys are just insecure about brown and black people being more qualified, more intelligent, and wanting what you believe is a piece of a pie. Equality and equity are not a pie. As we know from America, in order to grow our gross domestic product, we need immigration. But that's also a problem. That's indicative of you all not being able to do math. You believe that there's only so much fairness to go around, so you've got to oppress people lest you lose something that you believe belongs to you. But this is a clip, just a short clip from Rachel Maddow's show on Monday.
The chairman fired or pushed out the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Second in Command of the Air Force, the Commandant of the Coast Guard, the Chief of Naval Operations, the Deputy Head of the NSA, the Head of the NSA, and the Head of Cyber Command, the Chair of the National Intelligence Council. Now, just recently on Friday, they fired the Head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Chief of the U.S. Navy Reserve, and also the Head of the Navy SEALs. And this comes on top of the evisceration of the National Security Division of the Department of Justice and the wholesale reassignment or removal of the FBI's National national security core operations. And you can follow these stories one by one, or you can look at the big picture and recognize that what's happening here might be quite important, particularly in the national security sphere. He is deprofessionalizing the U.S. military and federal law enforcement and federal emergency response while he is...
And the police, right? He doesn't want intelligent professionals. You know who was an intelligent professional? General Mark Milley. And what happens when you have an intelligent professional as Joint Chief of Staff? They push back. They say, I can read Donald Trump. I know the Constitution. Right? The last thing he wants, he has hired the dumbest of the dumb. And again, for MAGA, because I know you call women dumb or you call black and brown people dumb, I'm actually saying factually he did this. Because Trump is dumb AF. So imagine how dumb Trump is. He has to get people dumber than him. Like, that should terrify everyone about their personal safety, because he doesn't want pushback, right? When there is a authoritarian takeover, which I don't know if anyone knows this, but I hate to say this word because I've been trying to take it back and explain to people what socialism actually is. When you look at the political spectrum, socialism is on the left. Socialism should be democratic, voluntary, cooperative. But when the right, due to a bad PR campaign, talks about socialism, which I always talk about this as a history major. In World War II, were we fighting socialism? Absolutely not. We were fighting fascism. We were very much fighting fascism. But for some weird reason, the PR campaign that came after World War II was down with communism or down with socialism. But what Trump is doing, which if the intelligent parts of MAGA, I've never seen X like this. I mean, the Epstein files was bad. But if you don't know, Trump is doing what I think... It actually has taught me a lot. Now I know what people believe socialism is. Trump is not a real socialist. Trump is a fascist, authoritarian dictator. But now I get it when MAGA, who are uneducated and can't read or do math, say, you guys are socialists, and it's like a slur. Trump's doing that. Trump just stole 10% of Intel. Stole. And he's not stopping. But I just want to be clear, socialist, which is the socialism, which would be the opposite of privatized profit, splitting profits or using profit, nationalizing profit to the benefit of the American people, is not what Trump is doing. Trump is now raiding and robbing and threatening corporations, stealing stakes in their company, not because we're all about to get free health care, which would be bring in the healthcare. No, socialism is we all own it, we all benefit. So we all get free university, we all get free healthcare. Trump is now robbing corporations as authoritarian fascist dictators do. You know who did it? Mustache Man, and I can give you some examples. I was talking about schmaltzy war profiteering. He's doing that to give corporations and billionaires tax cuts. We're not getting health care. We're not funding SNAP. But I'll get into that later. I had a whole amazing presentation, but it's like I always struggled. I mean, I knew what they thought socialism and communism is. I knew why it's been this like slur in America. I know the post World War II campaign that was run to like say, oh, don't worry, forget fascism. We got to be careful of socialism and communism, but it's not. Right? Socialism and communism are ideals on the far left. Right? If there is a dictator stealing from people, marauding and taking things by force, and denying the checks and balances of government and the voice of the people, that's just a fascist dictator who's stealing. Like, that is Maduro in Venezuela. That's why I used to get annoyed when people would be like, oh yeah, that's socialism in Venezuela. I'm like, are you lost? Those people can't get a cracker to eat. That is the opposite. Socialism is the people, us, having equity. If we were given equity, right? Trump is just stealing from people. We're not going to see a dime. And let me give you another example. When Trump was like, okay, we're invading Greenland. And what was the other one? We're going to like take over. Oh, hold on. These, all of a sudden 10 co-hosting things popped up. Nope, we're not starting that again. I cannot stand that. Sorry, they take over my screen. When Trump was like, oh, we're going to steal the Panama Canal and we're going to go to war with a block of ice in the north, I was like, you know what is weird about this whole thing? If Trump was saying, hey, that ice is melting and it's largely conservatives' fault, but when it melts, there's going to be untold minerals under there. And I hear you guys saying that you need health care. So we're going to send our children there to take it over in a bloody war, which I'm not saying there's enough people in Greenland to war against us. It's just you have to understand there's an Arctic treaty. And all, you know, the Earth is a circle, and all the countries that border the Arctic and places like Greenland are fighting over this melting polar ice cap that has like so many minerals that are about to be exposed. And if Trump was saying, hey, we're going to go to war and everyone's getting health care, I still don't want to go to war, just let me be clear. But that would be socialism. Well, let me just also be clear. If we voted on it and the majority of the United States citizens were like, okay, I'm that desperate for health care, let's go take Greenland, and if we're going to get health care out of it, okay. That's socialism. That's equity. And it's not even just saying like healthcare. It would be like whatever the profits, the spoils of that war are, you're all going to get, you know, there's going to be, let's say, a pool for Americans and everyone's going to get so much equity, right, in that. That is socialism. It is voluntary. It is democratic, right? It is a choice. It is not by force. When you look at places like China, and I talk about, it's so relevant now that Trump is not a socialist, even though MAGA, and I've never seen MAGA like this on X. I thought the Epstein files were bad. They're like, he's a fucking socialist. What the fuck? I'm like, no, that's actually not socialism. He's an authoritarian fascist dictator, but I understand why you think that. Like, socialism is a co-op, right? Like, let me think. What is, oh my God. I believe it's called the Mondragon Corporation. It's one of the largest corporations in the world. It's based in Spain. It is like a guild of artisans, right? And they have equity in the company. And from the different guilds and groups of people that are producing things to the highest ranking like CEO, I think it's just like 16 to 26x difference in pay. And that gap between the average worker and the CEO, I'd say that would be something to look at in terms of fairness, regulated capitalism, and socialism. Now, in America, it used to be the average gap between the average worker and the CEO was like 255x. I was just reading a report that it's as high as 630 times now. That's capitalism, delusional privatized profit. Sorry, I digress a little bit, but but it's important to understand Trump is doing a Nicolas Maduro, a Xi Jinping. That's why he's like, oh, I love these people. They're so smart. He's doing it. He's threatening and stealing from companies. Aunt Julie, I miss you so much. Love you. Literally in real time, we're watching him do it. And it's not socialism. It's not communism. The minute some psycho is like, hey, I'm here, I'm building concentration camps, anyone that disagrees with me is going to be disappeared, I'm taking over corporations and stealing from them, that is what, in schmotzy terms, in mustache man terms, the Night of the Long Knives was. It was fellow true believers. The SS started out, like, especially the brown shirts, as socialists. right? These were, quote unquote, the Night of the Long Knives was not about let's go after our enemies. It was, we got a problem with the true believers inside our own house, right? The true believers in MAGA, or in the, let's say, conservatives, are the Mitt Romneys, the people that know the difference between actual fiscal conservatism and the opposite of what Trump is doing. People with brains, people that have a problem with Trump violating the Constitution, people that have a problem with Trump violating checks and balances, people that have a problem with Trump becoming 8,000 times worse than Nixon. Those are the true believers. But in the schmatzy party, those were socialists. People thought, oh, like, we're in this together, we're all going to get some equity. Like, that's, and not to go too far back in history, but I am a history major. You know who were socialists? Viking raiders. You would get on a Viking boat and you're like, hey, shit's about to get real bad. We're about to row across some horrible sea or ocean. But when we get there, whatever we get, we're going to split some spoils. You're going to have equity. Maybe not as much as the leader of this or the top people, but everyone in this boat has equity in the spoils. If you're going to fight for your life, you have equity, right? You own your own means of production, essentially. That's socialism. And that's what the brown shirts that worked for Mustache Man thought. They were like, oh, we're socialists. Like, whatever happens now, whatever we do, we're all getting some equity. We're all going to have a little piece of the pie. So in the Night of the Long Knives, Mustache Man got rid of all of them because he's like, nope, this is capitalism and I'm an authoritarian dictator and you are getting nothing. And that is Donald Trump. And MAGA is freaking out, and they're like, oh my God, he's a socialist. No, he, just like Mustache Man wasn't a socialist, he's not a socialist. He's a fascist, authoritarian dictator who's, doing an impression of a socialist. But socialism is voluntary, it's about equity, it's about equality, like a co-op, right? You know who was a socialist until he met Trump? Mike Lindell, the pillow guy. He ran a co-op. My Pillow was a co-op. And if you don't know, it's based in Minnesota. And my mom was born in Minnesota. I love Minnesotans. That's why it hurts me what happened in Minnesota this morning. Real salt of the earth, good people in Minnesota. And he was running a co-op, a socialist company where everyone had equity. As high, as much as that company made, they had like a piece of the pie. Winco, I believe, the grocery store, that is a co-op, right? If you want to be part of a socialist company where there's a chance, which the pools of equity are super diluted now as the companies grow, but look for co-ops, look for people that are giving away. Well, you said it's not a real co-op. It's not if you think everyone gets a percentage. No, it's about a pool of equity that gets diluted over time, but it's better than getting nothing, right? And I just want to say something. Co-ops are like universal health care. There's not one type. There are, and I wish I would have taken this class, because there was a class on this in sociology at my university. I never took it. There are many different types of co-ops and structures. You could invent your own, right? I always talk about this, my favorite commie, Richard Wolff, who's the professor of economics emeritus at the University of Amherst, Massachusetts. He's the most brilliant economics professor in the company. And he always talks about the Italian government, I believe, not post-World War II, but post-World War II definitely, but 60s, 70s, and how they were trying to fuel their economy as it was crashing. And they started a government program, and it was because they were the country was going into bankruptcy. They were beyond recession. And so they started telling people, you can come collect your unemployment, or if you get 5 friends together, I'm trying to remember how this went. I'm going to have to look it up and I'll get back to you guys. But it was basically if you want, instead of your unemployment, get 5 people together and you can start a co-op, right? And we will give you the seed money to fund it, to create equity for you all and start a small business, which I was like, why don't we do that in America? Like, America is built on generating small business, but then we'd have to get rid of the oligarchy monopolies and crony capitalism we have going on. But yeah, there's all types of co-ops. And like, the one thing I'll say about Americans, I don't care what your political affiliation is. We all want to be successful. We all want to do for ourselves. No one wants to be like, hey, I can't afford to take care of myself. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants that. And if you give people a pathway to a small business, to upward mobility, if I knew I could get 5 friends and create a co-op, I'd be doing that tomorrow. Like, I mean, literally, I would do that tomorrow. I promise you. So and again, it was in lieu of like unemployment universal basic income is another argument of socialism and communism we should go through sometime. Like, I could give you mathematical arguments of how we could all create businesses. That's why I'm so passionate about universal healthcare. How much easier would it be for all of us to create a business if we don't have to pay for healthcare for all of our workers? That is the largest expense there is. There are better ways. Sorry, my iPad went dead because I got so excited. But yeah, I just want to be clear. Trump is doing horrible things. He is stealing from corporations, which, God, corporations are stealing from us. So it's hard for me to be like, oh, Trump just stole 10% of Intel's stock. But that is what Fidel Castro did. That is what Nicolas Maduro does. That is what Putin did. That is what Xi Jinping does. And Trump said this yesterday and the day before in interviews. Yeah, Xi Jinping's been doing it for a while. I should just steal pieces of corporations. And MAGA is like, what the is going on? Like, we have a psycho-socialist leading us. Like, who is this guy? And I can't say enough, and you just need to gently explain to people, that is not socialism. Period. It's not. That's a fascist dictator terrorizing and stealing from people. I don't want anyone's business giving up equity. Like, democracy decides socialism. And it's not in like, let me give you an example. Like, in my opinion, and this is the irony, Trump is now saying, and he's not stopping at Intel, he's saying we're going to steal stakes in many companies without American people wanting it, without Congress approving it. We're just going to do it. But he's not taxing corporations, right? Like, that's the weird irony of this. Like, if we want to recirculate, we should tax. And we should have forensic accountants that hold corporations to taxes and hold billionaires to taxes. But Trump doesn't want his corporations taxed. Trump doesn't want his friends' corporations taxed. This is what crony capitalism is. He's like, if I want to just throw my weight around, I'm just going to steal a 10% stake in a company to just say I can. But people who get on their knees and S me off or give me Andrew Jacksons, people who carry water for me, maybe they can keep their 10% stake. What do you mean, how is he doing it? He did it to Intel. He threatened them and said, give me 10% of this company. And they were just like, okay, like, we don't know what else to do. This happened already, which it's kind of weird that people don't know about this. Ooh, YouTube finally knows I'm a person. You're selected. Or maybe I'm so bad at what I'm doing, they're like, you need help. I was selected sorry. I get to go to some boot camp to learn how to be an effective creator on YouTube. I think it's actually the opposite of what I said. Let me finish again. Oh, sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. We'll get more into socialism later. I really need to, sorry I went so far off, but I'm very passionate about that. I need to quickly stay on topic with today's pew-pewing, and I'm just going to go through the math. I was hoping Brett was going to make it back, but hopefully he's spending time with his kids. And Brett, if you're here or listening, you are welcome to join anytime, because I would love to know your opinion on these statistics or statistical analysis. They're not statistics necessarily. I'm about to show. Okay, so here, I hope we can make this big enough that everyone can see it. Sorry I'm not updating things. Please tap the screen. All this work I do every day, I rely on your tips and donations. This is my job. So if you would like to support me, this is my Cash App and Venmo or gift, or most importantly, I'm getting extreme anxiety because of the subscriptions just dropping day after day. If you would like to subscribe, please do. Wait, what is... CDC director departs just weeks into drama. Oh, great. That's even great. Thank you, Heather, for the Venmo reminding me to drink water. I'm very sick, so. Okay, hopefully I can make this big enough so everyone can see it without a problem. So again, this is how my brain works. Like, I show you guys clips, but then I write everything out. Can I make this bigger? Oh, this is going to be a problem here. Anyways, this is my statistical analysis about, again, well, I have two. Let me see. Hold on. Can I make it bigger if I do this? Oh, I know. I have to screenshot it. I forgot. If I screenshot it, I can make it bigger. Hold on. That's what it is, the way you do this. Okay, sorry. I was like, I always forget that. Let me pull up the screenshots. Okay. Oh, that's not in the presentation. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is, we might have to just... Statistical analysis. Mass shootings are caused by access to firearms or mental health. Thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate it. That was what I was looking at, right? That idiot, Rachel Campos Duffy, was implying, who married her, and that's a Hispanic last name, was implying that the cause of these pew-pewings, mass tragedies specifically, I'm not necessarily just talking about pew-pew violence. I'm talking specifically about mass pew-pew violence. And she was implying it's because of either mental health or, SSRIs. So that's what I was researching. So the overwhelming consensus in public health research, and one of the best studies is out of Ohio State. Thanks, red states that have universities doing good medical research, is in public health research is that the primary driver of country's mass shooting rate is access to firearms, particularly high power weapons. So, and I think specifically it's like semi-automatic, because fully automatic, that's crazy. While mental health is a factor in individual cases, it is a poor predictor at the population level. So now we're getting into actual math, not your feelings. And the evidence linking SSRIs, which is, if you're like, that's like, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, like for depression, to mass pew-pewings is not supported by data whatsoever. Thank you for resubscribing, Tommy. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Morley, for resubscribing. So again, there is no mathematical, right? This is the same thing with immigration crime. There's no statistical correlation to immigration and crime. I'm sorry that you feel like there is. There just isn't. It is a poor predictor at the population level, and the evidence linking SSRIs to mass pew-pewings is not supported by data and is considered a harmful misconception. So here's a breakdown. This is how my brain works. I love this. Here's a breakdown of evidence, relevant studies, and meta-analyses. So the pew-pew access argument, strong international and domestic correlation, which I'll get into the international correlations after this. The most compelling evidence comes from cross-national comparisons and studies of policy changes, relevant studies and analyses. So I put the actual, remove your background noise so viewers can hear you. Sorry, TikTok Studio is out of control today. Relevant studies and analyses. So I tried to cite sources as well, and I'll put these in the Discord later if anyone's interested. I need to put them in Google Docs though, because I just have them in Apple notes. International correlation. So this is a study published in 2016, study published in the American Journal of Medicine, which that's the gold standard, compared the rate, which that when you hear rate, it's per 100,000 of pew-pew unalivings of all kinds, so homicides, suicides, accidents in 23 high-income countries, finding the U.S. had vastly higher rates of pew-pew unalivings. Crucially, the U.S. did not have higher rates of non-pew-pew homicide or overall crime rates. Do you understand? Are you getting it? And I'm telling you, there are thousands of studies that prove this. It is the access, which I don't think Trump should defund mental health and make it impossible to get prescriptions, but it is the access to them that is the problem. Finding the U.S. had vastly higher rates of pew-pew unalivings. Crucially, I just read that. Sorry. Here's the quote. The overall firearm unaliving rate was strongly and positively correlated with the percentage of households containing any firearm. It has nothing to do with people's mental health inside a house, what prescriptions they're on. It's just, does a firearm exist inside a house? Period. And that's terrifying. And that's actually the equation. So again, source where I got that from was homicide. I can't read these words, so I'm not going to read that because I think I don't want to get in trouble. But when I put this in all the sources are near. And I don't think the links translated, so I'll make sure the links populate. State level variations. A 2015 study in the Annual Review of Public Health synthesized decades of research, finding states and cities with higher levels of pew-pew ownership had higher rates of firearm homicide. Sorry, I'm going to find my... Even after controlling, so again, this is mathematical when they say controlling. Even after doing a mathematical control, because this is for poverty, urbanization, right? So that would be like the racism or, this is what poor people do. Unemployment, so crime and other factors. Still, it is about who just has what in a house. Studies on specific laws show that repealing permit to purchase, thank you for resubscribing, Barbara Ann, love you, you're the best. Studies on specific laws show that repealing permit to purchase laws was associated, this was a good one, was associated with a 14.4% increase in pew-pew homicide rates. Just by repealing a law, 14.4% increase in homicide rates. That's from the Epidemiology of Firearm Violence in the 21st Century. That's the Australian case study, which this is a very common one. I think I've gone over before and a lot of people know about. Following a mass pew-pewing in Australia in 1996, they went, they're like, that's it. And they enacted super strict gun control laws, including a massive buyback program, like turn in your pew-pews and we'll buy them back. Finding, so research in JAMA, my favorite medical journal, and elsewhere found that the law reform was followed by no further mass pew-pewings. Which, by the way, a mass pew-pewing is defined in medical journals as 5+. And a significant acceleration in the pre-existing decline of firearm homicide and suicide rates. That's from the Association Between Gun Law Reforms and International Pew-Pew Unalivings in Australia. The mental health argument. So now we get into the lies that Fox, every time a kid goes and unalives other kids in a school, we have to hear about, it's mental health, it's SSRIs. While mental illness is often cited, the data does not support it as a primary cause. So poor predictive value. A 2021 study in preventative medicine analyzed the mental health histories of mass pew-pewers, finding, although a significant portion had evidence of mental health symptoms, the mental health symptoms, the vast majority did not have a psychiatric diagnosis prior sufficient nor a necessary cause of mass pew-pewing. And also, which I'll get into, when you compare the United States to other countries, right, who have similar rates of mental health issues, the same thing is not occurring, right? That's one of the biggest predictors, or the way we know that this is fake, right? There's huge mental health problems in other countries, and this is not happening there. It is whether you it makes you like unhappy, MAGA, and you really feel like it's just crazy people. This is how math works. Those are your feelings and the lies that you're being told by the NRA and by Fox News and other unintelligent people. This is math. So poor I read that. Finding, although a significant portion of mass pew-pewers had evidence of mental health symptoms, which I would argue, if you're in America and you believe you don't have mental health issues, that's terrifying. That you actually, I'm worried the most about you. You're probably looking to narcissistic personality disorder. You might have it. Like, we all have it, and there's no shame in that. So, although a significant portion had evidence of mental health symptoms, the vast majority did not have a psychiatric diagnosis prior to their attack. The study concluded that mental health illness is not a sufficient nor a necessary cause of mass pew-pewing. Most people with mental illness are never, I'm a good example of that, are never violent and are in fact more likely to be victims of violence, which is a whole other statistical analysis I would like to go into. So, and that comes from mental illness, mass shootings, and the politics of American firearms. That's a study from 2021. Wait, let me see. I need to switch. Hopefully am I going the right way? Where's my I have to read the bottom. I didn't. So, population level analysis. If mental health were the primary driver, countries with similar rates of mental illness, this is what I was trying to talk about, would have similar rates of mass shootings. They do not. The U.S. rates of mental illness on par with other developed nations like Canada, Australia, UK, but has a mass shooting rate. Oh, here, I do have this here, sorry. But has a mass shooting rate that is orders of magnitude higher. There is no argument. If you are making it's mental health and SSRIs, you are just not able to do math correctly. That is not correct. They have the same or higher rates of mental illness in other countries, but where gun control laws are present, none of this is happening. Implication, the differentiating variable is not mental health prevalence, but access to pew-pews. The SSRI argument. So this is specifically when people start saying, oh, you're on certain types of SSRIs for depression, and that's doing it to you, which I just want to say something. I cannot take any sort of antidepressant SSRIs. It's not good for me. It's not good for my mental health. I don't take them. I don't take any of that. I can't. So I do understand that I don't think SSRIs are good for everyone, but let's get into the math. The SSRI argument, a debunked and dangerous myth. The claim that antidepressants, like SSRIs, cause mass pew-pewings is not supported by scientific evidence and is actively harmful as it stigmatizes those seeking treatment. Like, the last thing we should do is tell people, don't go get help. That's how what happened today in Minnesota, why children were pew-pewed while just trying to be at school. That's why it happens. Don't stigmatize mental health and don't tell people to not take their meds. That's the worst thing you can do. There's no causal link. Oh, I love the words causal link. There's no epidemiological evidence linking SSRI use to mass pew-pewings. This theory is propagated by anecdotal reports, right? And it's important. That's too big a word for MAGA. So I want everything Fox News tells you is an anecdotal report. It's just saying And here's the way, I know anecdotal is big. That means one-off, right? Fox News reports a series of one-offs every day to scare the shit out of white people. That is their goal. Words do rock. Sorry, someone wrote words rock in the comments. I love words, right? That all day long, Fox News is taking anecdotal reports, one-offs, and saying, be terrified. An immigrant robbed a store. Be terrified. Do you know that is what anecdotes are? But when we fight crime, or when we should be concerned about crime, we need statistical correlations. And also, not just like to fight crime, but to not waste our tax dollars. That's why I got so upset about the lies about the statistical correlation between immigration and crime. There isn't one. And now, the most funded bureau is ICE, and the second is the Bureau of Prisons. And I always say, follow the money. That is just insider trading, lobbyists. That is just billionaires and their lackeys getting richer. Use opensecrets.org. Look up who received money from Geo Group and Core Civic. Look up who they lobby. I mean, I think 73% is going to conservatives, but like there are some moderate Democrats on the take from them too. This whole, and I know it's hard to understand this, but I've talked about this for a long time. Please follow me if this is your first time listening, by the way, on YouTube, on Twitch, on X, on TikTok. I would appreciate it. But I've done a lot of statistical analysis on this before. This is just a money grab. This is a transfer of wealth. The idea of this mass deportation is a transfer of wealth. When Trump did this whole flag burning executive order, which, by the way, if you can read, which I actually can read, it doesn't say you go to jail for a year, the executive order. That's a complete lie. What it is saying, we can't do anything about someone burning a flag they own. As a matter of fact, that is the correct way, the legal way to dispose of a flag correctly. The only thing we can do is try to charge them with some other crime related to that. That's what that says. Sorry. The opposite is true. Sorry. So again, I'm talking about there's no causal link between being on antidepressants / SSRIs and mass pew-pewings. The opposite is true. The most significant risk of violence related to mental health is untreated illness. Untreated illness. Now, who defunded healthcare? And healthcare that barely provided any mental health in it at all. Trump. Untreated mental health illness, that's who does this. People who have no hope, people who have never had any clarity about why they're behaving like they do, people that don't know there is medication that can help them. Those are the people that have a high rate of committing mass pew-pewings. Hopeless people who have no access to mental health because of barriers, financial barriers, awareness barriers, whatever. Expert consensus. Major psychiatric and public health organizations like the American Psychiatric Organization have repeatedly stated there is no credible evidence linking SSRIs to mass pew-pewings. A 2020 review in Frontiers in Psychiatry concluded that while all medications have side effects, there is no scientific evidence that SSRIs cause violence or pew-pewings. And that's from SSRIs and Violence, which is a review of available evidence. That's a study from 2020. Synthesis, what the statistical analysis shows. When you control the variables statistically, Maggie, that's beyond you, using regression analysis, the evidence points to this conclusion. 1, strong correlation. Access to firearms, particularly semi-automatic weapons with high-capacity magazines, is the single strongest statistical predictor of a nation's rate of public pew-pewings. Now, understand the difference between anecdotal. I'm not saying no one on SSRIs ever had access to a semi-automatic weapon. That's not the point. We're talking about statistical rates. And the only way we can keep people safe is to look at statistical correlations in crime and then take our tax dollars and concentrate them there and pass legislation there to reduce the rate of this. That's the answer. But as long as we are governed by delulus who pretend that that's not the mathematical answer, math doesn't have feelings. Math isn't insecure and needs a pew-pew under their bed to make up for their small d. This is reality. So, and again, I always talk about, and not my feelings, mathematically. Mathematically, MAGA hates women and children. How do I know that? Statistical analysis, impact studies. The legislation brought and passed in Congress by conservatives, voted on by conservatives disproportionately, I don't feel this way, I mathematically know, discriminates against women and children, makes it more likely they will be the victims of violence, they will have less access to the nutrition they need, they will have less access to the food they need. These are not feelings, MAGA men. These are mathematical facts. Sorry. I don't want to burst your little bubbles. When you control, oh wait, hold on, sorry, I was on the second one. Strong correlation, that's the one I just read. Weak, no correlation. The prevalence of mental illness in a population does not predict its rate of mass pew-pewings. While some pew-pewers have mental illness, it is not a reliable or a primary explanatory factor at the macro level. Micro is small, macro is large. Third, no correlation or spurious relationship. I love words. The rate of SSRI prescription. So this is specifically about how you always hear MAGA saying, if, it's the antidepressants being subscribed. The rate of SSRI prescriptions in a population shows no correlation with mass pew-pewing rates. Just like there is no correlation between immigration and crime in this country. This theory is rejected by the scientific and medical community. In essence, the mental health issues are a global phenomenon, right? Mass pew-pewings are uniquely an American problem. The critical difference is the availability and access to firearms. See, this is how my brain works. Did you guys like it? Thank you. Tap the screen. Let's get to 250K as fast as possible. Sorry, my leg fell asleep while I was reading that. I have to adjust. You said, did they release the suspect? He's no longer they're no longer with us. The suspect, if you're talking about what happened in Minnesota at the oh my gosh, what just happened to my monitor? It just went dark. Or partially dark. No, they're no longer with us. They unalived themselves. I have one monitor that is flickering and going on. I have no idea why. Kira, beautiful name. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. TikTok won't let us give away subs, Lush, and I hate it. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If not, I think on TikTok.com you might be able to, which I always said this when TikTok got shut down. If you're looking to buy more coins and stuff, it's 20% off, I think, if you go to TikTok.com. So I think if you're ever looking to reload coins and things, do it there. And I always forget, but thanks, Dustin, for the $25 on Venmo, because you're awesome. You're awesome too. Love you so much, more than you know. Okay. And oh yeah, you guys can't see what let me find my other quickly. And I just think it's important. And you don't need to be like, I need to do all this math and gather the information. Most basic large language models, meaning AI, like AI apps, can do these types of statistical analysis. You just need to be specific, cite studies and sources, just set the parameters that you want for statistical analyses, what you want compared. And the more you practice getting them to learn this information and do it the way you want, the more streamlined it will be. Like I said, I pay so I can take huge data sets from the government and spit it into a large language model, which really they should pay me because I'm training their model. But yeah, basic ones can do this stuff too. Must do math. Well, I just think the reason I say this is because we are all going to go crazy trying to reason with MAGA. We just need to be you can't. Here's math, which impact studies, statistical analysis. It's the same argument with racism. I'm not pointing at Billy, the geriatric, guy in Georgia who used to be in the Triple K and calling him a racist. I'm saying statistical analysis, math tells me that black and brown people, that the LGBTQIA are mathematically, systemically being discriminated against. It's not my opinion. It's not my feeling. And when white men, because, this is what I've learned about MAGA, they're I'm being discriminated against. It's okay, Billy, I respect your feelings, but when I do statistical analysis, and I mean this genuinely, I swear on my life, the minute white males in America are being mathematically discriminated against, I'll be in the streets protesting for you. I will. Whenever you become a minority that is being discriminated against, I will help you too. It's just right now, that is a feeling you are having. You are feeling hey, I used to be king of the world and I feel less important now because everyone around me knows more. And take that up with Trump, which actually we'll get into that in a second. Trump is making it harder for people, not just is Trump stealing, doing a Nicolas Maduro, a Fidel Castro, and stealing huge percentages of corporations. He's also, oh my God, MAGA is losing their mind on the internet. He's just yeah, we're going to let Chinese students, I think 600,000 a year, specifically into Ivy League schools. And his reason was, he's don't you know, if we don't let 600,000, this is the America First guy. The people who voted for him were looking for prices to go down, for them to be able to afford things for their children, to have access to secondary, to further education for their children at a cheaper rate. And the reason he said it's the most, he's if we don't let 600,000 Chinese students into Ivy League schools, the rest of our schools will go out of business. He's literally saying dumb white people need to go to state schools or they won't be funded properly. So I'm going to let 600,000 Chinese students into Ivy League schools so state schools have full enrollment. If you're wondering how MAGA feels about that on X, they are, I think, mind-boggled. The people that understand what he's saying, they are just we are in a hellish nightmare that never ends. Oh, here's one. I just want to show you one more thing about these mass pew-pewings. And I'm going to put these in Google Docs and I'll add them to the Discord. In my bio, whether you're watching on Twitch, X, YouTube, wherever, you can join the Discord. And then I'm going to put more of these mathematical things. I know. And by the way, someone asked me for the statistical analysis when Matt, USMC Angry Veteran, and I were interviewing Alyssa Ellman, who's running in New York 24 against Claudia Tenney. She is effing brilliant. If you missed it and you don't know who Alyssa Ellman is, it gives me hope for the future of Congress. We have a brilliant candidate running against the grossest, dumbest woman on earth. That's a hard thing. I know. It's hard. She's right there with Lauren Boebert, though, genuinely. And someone, one of her, not only is she a veteran that survived burn pit cancer, but she also was a teacher of underprivileged children. And one of her platform pieces is that education should start at, I think, 16 weeks, which would help with childcare. But mathematically, and I started reading out a statistical analysis as a teacher I'm passionate about, that is like, we are retiring off children's lifetime earnings. And when you forget 16 months, which I love, but when you get a kid in pre-K, their lifetime earnings, the ROI is like goes up exponentially. It's like for every dollar we invest, we get 7 back. It is the best ROI. There's no better use of our tax dollars. It could help with our child care problem. And I know someone messaged me in the Discord and asked for that. I have that one too. I just got to put these in Google Docs, and then I need to create like a section for them. So yeah, so I'll find, this will be a project I do. I'm going to figure it out. But this one, I'm not going to screenshot all this so I can make it bigger. This is just another statistical analysis of mass pew-pewings in America versus countries with gun control laws. So if you're ever feeling, when you get hemmed up with people who are just making weird claims like it's mental health, it's SSRIs. No, this is going on other places. It's absolutely not. I'm not going to go through actually, and this is not that long, but it goes through some really good examples in other countries who have the same rates of mental health issues, the same rates of SSRI prescriptions, and have none of these problems that we have. It is specifically and only, as far as we can say, factually and mathematically, it is about access to pew-pews. And the only question you have is, all we hear from conservatives is we care about women and children. Well, now we've got a convicted S-trafficker in a cushy prison with no walls and tennis courts, Ghislaine Maxwell. Now you guys are folding on the Epstein files on actual child S-trafficking. Trump continues to divert people and money away from FBI projects like trafficking so that he can move it towards terrorizing random brown people. Everything you all say you care about, mathematically, that is all a lie. So if you don't know that, like, this is just the wake-up call to say, man, I need to figure this out. And just know, the phone you're on is a supercomputer. You can, like, I'm telling you, I was so insecure about math when I was a kid. I was like, I was in the international, I was a very intelligent kid, but I was with unbelievable geniuses. So I was just so insecure about my ability to do math or understand economics. I promise you, release yourself of that feeling. It's simple, and you have a supercomputer that you don't have to be embarrassed publicly. Remember in school when you're like, I cannot raise my hand a third time and say I still don't get it? Don't worry about it. There are AI apps. It doesn't matter how many different ways you need to ask the question, how simple you need to break it down. It's going to explain it to you. And I promise you, like, once you get it, I was like, man, so many men made me feel insecure about my ability to do math when I was a child. And I became like quiet about it, and you don't need to feel that way. Number one, because then I have realized men don't know how to do math, and number two, like, just trust me, once you get it, you're like, man, what was I scared of? Cat Fancy Magazine, thank you for subscribing on YouTube and becoming a member of the Commie Crew. What a great name. I love cats. If you don't know, cats are smart enough to stay away from humans. Okay, now I have so many good, interesting clips to show you guys. Like, that's why I hated what happened today, because we were about to have a good time. There's so many awesome moments of activism and speeches and fascinating things that happened in the last 48 hours. There were 2 town halls, which, oh my God, poor Mark Alford, worst day of his life. Hold on. But I wanted to talk about the flag burning stuff just really quick, because again, the executive order, well, actually, I think I have Adam Mockler, I love him, from Midas Touch, to explain where he actually talks about it. And I like to use different teaching tools. Let me find it. I added it at the end. But I kind of briefly talked about it, that there's no, the Supreme Court twice has upheld flag burning as a constitutional right. The executive order says nothing about a year in jail. That's crazy. But let's say it was, and Adam Mockler is not going to say this. This is the only point I want to make. Every body Trump gets in a privatized prison, owned by these huge privatized companies, Geo Group, CoreCivic, and I can't remember like the other top 5, but I was looking at the list. That's money, right? This is a grift. Trump needs more prisoners. Trump is not, you know what I'm saying? They're building huge prisons, and the profits, right? The profits are get bodies into that prison, and it's not working, right? There's not enough brown people. They're not criminals. They're just rounding up random brown people, and a lot of them have turned out to be American citizens. So Trump needs more prisoners. And so in my mind, when he's like, you're going to be in jail for a year, and I'm going to show you clips from Barstool where they're like, what the F? I'm not paying for someone to sit in jail. They want us to, though, because that's the privatized profit. That is the grift. Where's my Adam clip? Oh, here it is. I love him. Okay. Let's keep tapping the screen. We are almost at 250K. I appreciate you guys so much. Again, this is Adam Mockler from Midas Touch talking about the flag burning executive order and how it doesn't say what Trump just started talking about, a bunch of lies.
Trump does not even know the executive orders that he's signing, and the implications of this are terrifying. I would never burn an American flag. There are better ways to protest, in my opinion, but that is a First Amendment right that Americans have. And the Supreme Court said as much in the 90s.
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing.
And as we read it, we realize nowhere in here does it say 1 year in jail, even though Trump confidently looked at the cameras and said, you get 1 year in jail. The penalty isn't even the executive order. The order doesn't create a new crime. There's no 1 year sentence. It just tells the Justice Department that if somebody's burning a flag, they should investigate that person and look for a reason to arrest them for other reasons. So like fire codes, property damage. Number 1, Donald Trump doesn't know what the contents of the executive orders that he signs. Secondly, he is therefore being used as a vessel for the Heritage Foundation so they can achieve their Project 2025 goals. They found a leader who can unite the base for some reason. Now they're using him as a vessel to erode the Constitution. And third, they're using his signature to chip away at core constitutional protections, starting with the First Amendment. Donald Trump does not even know the executive orders.
Oh, thank you, Pammers too, for subscribing. I appreciate you so much. You don't even know. Thank you guys for all the gifts. I appreciate it so much. Like, everything I do is relied on your tips and donations. This is my Cash App and Venmo, and every single one is appreciated. Every subscription is appreciated. If I was a man, I'd have 10 times as many subscriptions and followers, and everything would be fine. But as a woman, it's constant uphill battle. Same way teachers, when I was a teacher, I used to break down how much I made per hour, and it was like 2 cents. If there's one thing, that's why I always say I don't like to yell at or debate conservative women, even though I know you guys don't get it, but it's just because it's so hard to exist as a woman online and make a living. It's so hard for women to be conservatives and get any respect. I just know it's 10 times harder to be a woman on the internet and be respected and be listened to. Sorry. I was just trying to think of what, and I haven't introduced us to new. Thank you, Jen. I just saw this is the #1 gifter, by the way. Thanks, Jen. You're amazing. I usually introduce us to more creators and things. I have found a creator, which I'm sure you guys are going to be like, oh, I watch these clips all the time. I don't doom scroll on TikTok anymore because I got, my mental health has gotten so bad. I try to stay off the app. I have found an account that is literally I just can't. Like, wait, what? Now I'm forgetting. It's called like Silent Middle Child. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? And it's this girl that asks her like genius middle child brothers questions, like, which I'm a middle child, which, why is he silent? I feel like middle children are screaming for attention, but like, this guy's a genius. He actually reminds me of my brother, who's the youngest. Like, this is my brother, like, staring at a computer and being like, oh, by the way, I know more than he's like playing video games and being like, I happen to know more than every single person on the internet combined. Okay, I live for this. Hold on a second. I gotta I believe it's called Silent Middle Child, and I'll try to screenshot it at the end. But again, this is along the same lines. So actually, sorry, let me give the clip leading up to that he's talking about, because I just want to say, I was about to say, not in my opinion, if you added together every Fox News host, every person in Trump's cabinet, this kid has 10 times the intelligence. It's just so sad that we're all sitting here like, we need to listen to more silent middle children. Hold on, let me where'd it go? Okay, this is what he's talking about, and then he's going to get into flag burning. This is a quote from Trump yesterday.
As you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now, and they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person.
Agree to disagree so whole effing heartedly. No, you're not. And none of that stuff about Chicago is true, which we'll get into. I have a whole section on. But so again, this is like this sister, like while this kid plays video games, she like goes up to him and is like, what do you think about Trump saying this? And then I'm just, thank God that this gives me hope for America's youth. I'm like, oh, thank God. They're not all like dumb as... Oopsie, sorry.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
What do you think about Trump saying that many Americans want a dictator?
He certainly wants a dictator. He wants to be one. As far as many Americans, that's just his way of saying something without actually saying it.
What do you mean?
Well, Trump has a habit of saying things that he believes are true and then disguising it in the form of either a joke or some impassive voice, right? Saying many Americans want this or many people want this, which is not really anything that's verifiable, right? He's just saying it like it's fact. That's basically the hint for MAGA and all the other people that support him to treat it as fact. It's a very common tactic that Fox News uses to make suggestions to their base without actually saying something that could get them sued for libel, right? They'll say something that's factually
it's libel. Like, this kid is a genius.
True, but they'll say, well, many people are thinking this in order to get their base to start thinking it too. On top of the language, he's just doing dictator things. We've spoken in the past before about how he loves to praise other dictators. He's spoken well of Putin. He's spoken well of Kim Jong-un, Bolsonaro. He's made claims in the past that, his job would be easier if he was a dictator, and he likes the control they have over their population because, as a malignant narcissist, he wants power and control. Just yesterday, he passed an executive order that is trying to make flag burning illegal. And flag burning, aside from actually being the correct way to dispose of the flag, is a protected form of free speech and protest. And they're trying to make it illegal specifically to suppress protests and to rile up the base against anybody that they deem as unpatriotic, which again fits into the themes of fascism, right? Part of the defining traits of fascism is an overly strong sense of nationalism or patriotism, right? Combined with using a portion of the country's populace as a base to support the fascist government, as opposed to just like pure authoritarianism, which may just oppress all of them. So it fits the pattern.
Do you think this has anything to do with what's going on in D.C.?
Yeah, of course, right? He's gearing up to take total control of the U.S., or at least that's what he wants to do. I'm sure he's putting the National Guard in place in anticipation of protests, where people are going to be, burning flags and other things to show their dissatisfaction with the country. The militarization of D.C. happening at the same time, the arming of the D.C. National Guard. He's just suggested that the death penalty should be used more loosely in D.C., right? He basically wants to unalive anybody that is opposed to him. And it's no coincidence that all these things are happening at the same time, which is why it's most important that we continue to do everything we can to raise attention to this issue and protest and strike to stop him.
Hey, Anthony.
There is a podcast as well. And again,
yeah.
I love this kid. And I don't want to get off the DC occupation, flag burning, Trump wants to be a dictator topic, but since I don't think I'm going to get to it today, I just want to show you one other example of this kid. Again, it's at Silent Middle Child. Yeah, we are almost to 300K. Can everyone please tap the screen, share the live, get more people in here. If you have extra coins, donate to Cash App and Venmo. Like, I'm near, which I think it's just summer. Like, I was looking at, this always happens around August and it will get better. But yeah, the other day I was like, I might have to get a job. Actually, I might rather unalive than go back into corporate America. So I don't think I will stop. If I stop doing this, I'm no longer with us because I'm not going back into corporate America. This is way too enjoyable. Let me find this other, and I just want to say this. So many things happened today. I did not have time. I have a whole thing on updates of the Epstein stuff, what is going on with, God, you don't even want to know. But I have updates on that. I just didn't have time to get to them. So I'll probably include that in tomorrow's episode of the People's Receipts. But let me show you another, the first time I just found this kid when I was like, somebody has to be able to just correctly and cognitively make sense of how insane this is, that Trump is, all of the Epstein files is very clearly, in my opinion, an S-predator and is just lying about it. And that's how I found this kid, is trying to look in different ways for people that could speak to that. And then I was like, oh my God, I need to follow him everywhere he goes. Here he is. Okay. Get ready to thank God. It just renews my hope in people.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Ghislaine Maxwell interview and the new documents that were released to Congress?
I think it's one of the worst cover-ups I've ever seen. I'm not buying it, and I don't think MAGA is either, to be honest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, first we have Ghislaine Maxwell, right? We all know what she was convicted of, and on top of those convictions, she was also charged with multiple counts of perjury, right? Lying under oath. And those charges were only dropped to hasten the conviction of the more serious charges. So she's a terrible person, she's an unreliable witness, and you basically can't trust anything that she says. Now, Congress says they're going to call her before Congress to testify, which, again, right, is, I don't know if you can believe any testimony she gives, but before they get a chance to, Trump's Justice Department decides to intervene and interview her themselves. And during the course of that interview, she provides no new evidence against anybody. She maintains that she was totally innocent in this whole ordeal. She says that she didn't see Trump or Clinton or anybody else doing anything with anybody underage. She claims that she doesn't think a list existed, the files that everybody wants, right? She says it doesn't exist. And she spent quite a bit of time praising Trump's personal character and saying that she was happy that he became president. And coincidentally, after she provides all of this incredibly valuable information, she is moved to a minimum security prison, which I'm sure is much cushier than the place that she's currently at. And then the Justice Department releases this interview to Congress along with what are supposed to be new files. The interview, of course, is useless, and the files turn out to be basically the same stuff that's already publicly available, so no new information. So yeah, cover up.
Do you think that this is going to satisfy his base?
I don't think so. It's a little harder to tell what their reaction is because the conservative spaces that I look at have been quicker to remove any type of negative information about Trump than they were when I was previously talking about it. But what I was able to find does indicate a lot of skepticism about, Ghislaine Maxwell as a truthful witness, and that it's all very convenient that there's no new information here. I can't say that speaks to the whole base, but I saw a decent.
Hey, Anthony.
Yeah.
I mean, I love people in the comments being like, as also a middle child, who's the opposite of, I'm intelligent like him, but I can't, I was screaming for attention, and he's just like, I don't need attention, I'm just quiet and silent. You know how though, I was thinking the first time I saw one of these clips, is whenever you see a kid with a vertical monitor, it's like, okay, usually they're in finance or some sort of and I'm only saying it used to be a joke. I always talk about I've done a lot of things. I was a teacher, but after I was like, oh my God, I have too much empathy and I'm gonna unalive watching how broken the education system is. I went into the tech industry, worked for a huge social media company pre-IPO, and the engineering floor was the vertical monitor. Other than the 10 other monitors that were horizontal, I'm like, you can always tell the smartest people in an office by the vertical monitor. Yeah, and it's a touchscreen too. Exactly. And they're moving things around. It's some sort of Minority Report setup. But love this kid. And this is a TikTok clip. It's at Silent Middle Child, which Anthony is showing out for all of us middle children who never got the attention we wanted or deserved. Most middle children just accept it and just are quiet. I was like, I'm screaming louder. I demand. Imagine having a malignant narcissist as a mother and trying to scream your way into them loving you. If you're ever wondering why I talk so much, it was an impossible feat I still have not achieved. Any day now. Any day now, though. But I love this kid. Again, it's at Silent. I don't know if it's exactly. I saw people in the comments saying you follow him on Instagram. I think there's a podcast, and I know he's on YouTube. I don't know if it's exactly the same way, but that's a great name. I should have been Angry Middle Child. I might, if I ever change my name on the internet, that's what I'm changing it to. Loud Middle Child. What a great way to represent middle children everywhere. We are here for it. I want to play a couple positive clips and stay on the DC stuff because, sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm playing a clip that I believe this is. You know how much I love Brian Shapiro and Pushing the Limits. If you're like, who the hell are you talking about? He has an independent radio show in Vegas. He is an independent. He has a radio show in Vegas, one where you old time radio where you can call in and talk and debate or whatever. And he's amazing. So again, he's definitely on TikTok. Everyone, I get these clips from X, but Brian Shapiro is on TikTok. He's awesome. And I saw this clip. I'm sorry I have several, so I hope this is the one I'm thinking of that's on topic.
By the way, Chicago, per capita, Chicago's 92nd in the nation when it comes to violent crime. Tell me why he's deploying National Guard to Chicago.
Maybe it's not Chicago. Maybe it's
no, it is Chicago. No, it is Chicago because he said no. It is Chicago because he said today he's going to be doing it in Chicago. It is Chicago, 92nd in the country. Why? Why is he doing that?
In Chicago, there's a lot of citizens.
There's a lot of you don't deploy the National Guard because they quote have a lot of citizens. That makes no sense. What about Memphis, Tennessee?
A lot of citizens want it.
Memphis, Tennessee is number one. Why has he not mentioned Memphis, Tennessee? I don't care what article you read. Memphis, Tennessee ranks number one. How about Arkansas? Little Rock, Arkansas. That's number 4. Why doesn't he bring up some of these cities that are run by Republicans and white people? Can you please explain why? Give me one logical reason.
I don't know. I didn't say.
I don't know. You don't know.
You're wrong. I said
No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. But you're trying to rationalize his racism. You're trying to rationalize what.
I'm not rationalizing.
Then why? Then give me an answer. Why? Then give me a reason why. Why would he deploy the troops to a city that is 92nd in the country in violent crime? Why would he do that? But then he doesn't send anybody to Little Rock, Arkansas.
Maybe because they don't count certain crimes. Catch and release policy.
Oh, that's not true. Listen, sir, every crime is reported, okay? That's not true. What you're saying is not true. I'm giving you the statistics. You can't come up with a logical reason why, because there is no logical reason. The only reason why he's doing this is because he's a racist. The only reason why he's doing this is because he wants to own the lib. The only reason why he's doing this is because these are black mayors, black governor. He's doing it to Democrat cities. And the reason why he's doing that is to own the libs. That's the only reason. You couldn't come up with one logical reason why he's doing this when I gave you the stats. Because he's a racist, X. He's a racist. When is it going to take you long enough to understand that? The same guy who said, I don't want black people counting my money in my casinos. I want Jews counting my money. But I suppose you would make a defense for that statement, too, or the thousands of discrimination lawsuits that he had to pay out in New York City because he didn't want black people living in his buildings. By the way, Chicago, per capita...
Not just that. This is the guy that ran on and somehow no one noticed that he was a racist when he literally said, hey, undocumented immigrants, and referred to them in a bad way. Like, the reason we need to get them out of here is because those are the jobs brown and black American citizens should be doing. This is the guy that destroyed DEI, even though every black and brown person that has been replaced in Trump's cabinet was more qualified than the mediocre, insecure white man he replaced him with. This is the guy that pretended he was considering Byron Donalds and Tim Scott for a position, for vice president, and then didn't put him in a cabinet, didn't put him as ambassadors, put them nowhere ever for any reason. Like, if you can't figure this out at this point, like, you're beyond help. And again, I just want to be clear, because MAGA men have a difference between this is what I've realized. When MAGA men think they're debating online, they're just yelling. They're like, these are my feelings. I'm not saying feelings. I'm saying facts. And I know what Trump has done because of the legislation he's passed, and it disproportionately discriminates against black and brown people, against women, against LGBTQIA. And when I say legislation, I'm including in the second term executive orders, just to be clear, right? So I just want to make sure that's clear. But again, yeah, this is Brian Shapiro. This clip is not from his TikTok page. If anyone knows is it at PTL, like, if anyone knows what his @ is on TikTok and wants to post it, if someone could pin it, because this is actually, someone reposted it. This is not his actual TikTok page, but he's amazing to watch. And he's an independent. I like to watch, actually, let me show you something really quick, which I have so many good things to show you, but I meant to show you guys this last week. It's fascinating. I talked about it several times. I don't think I ever... Oh, yeah, I didn't go live 1 week ago today. I didn't go live because I had so many things to do. I'd take my dad to the doctor. And I didn't get to make a whole presentation, but I was just taking clips from this study, screenshots, and putting them in a presentation I never used. This is from a Pew Research study in the second week of August 4th through 10th. Pew study. This is the gold standard of studies. So I just want to. Trump's handling of Jeffrey Epstein investigation. This is just approve or disapprove? 70% disapprove. Underwater by 45 points. This is just how the country feels about Trump and conservatives. Trump can handle the war between Ukraine and Russia. Underwater by 18 points. 59% say they're not confident, 41% confident. So, that's I get it. And MAGA doesn't understand math, so they might be like, oh, that's close. Like, if you think that this is good, you have a misunderstanding of polling, and then also the point in Trump's presidency we're at. This is the honeymoon period. Like, the highest Trump's ratings should be are now. And I've done many like examples of this. Is the only time at this point in a presidency someone's approval ratings were lower was, does anyone know the answer? Trump's first presidency. Okay, Trump can handle the situation with Iran. Underwater by 12 points. 55% not confident to 43% confident. Trump can work effectively with his allies. Underwater by 11 points. Not confident 55%, confident 44%. Trump can make wise decisions when it comes to China. Not confident 54%. And by the way, what's scary about this, because again, this polling was done August 4th through August 10th, is if you look a month and a half ago, he was doing better on foreign policy than now. So it was so weird because he was low on immigration. They had been losing confidence in immigration. And weirdly, people were like, I trust him with foreign policy. I'm like, what? Like, of all the things Trump cannot do, it is this. And now the numbers have nosedives. Can Trump make wise decisions when it comes to Canada? 56% not confident, 43% confident. Are you confident Trump can make wise decisions with Israel? 53% not confident, 47% confident. Trump's handling of tariffs, which it's only going to get worse from here because people are going to lose it all. Trump's handling of tariffs, underwater by 23 points. 61% disapprove, 38% approve. And remember, I need you guys to always understand and explain to your crazy MAGA family members or whoever you're debating about this. Congress can stop this anytime they want. Congress can, all of this shit where we're paying a third tax, so billionaires and corporations, as Congress can stop him from declaring a state of emergency when we, oh my God, I don't want to get it wrong. Not when we signed a continued resolution, but when we, the continued resolution, when we passed the last giant continued resolution, we gave him, I didn't do shit. The Congress, Republicans in Congress gave him the ability to do these tariffs through the end of, is it September 30th? I think it's September 30th. And by the way, so the next continued resolution, because that's all they're doing, we're still under Nancy Pelosi's budget. They're not creating new budgets. We're just kicking the can down the road and adding weird poison pills like this to it. I believe there's another one coming up in September. They need votes again. I was playing a clip on Monday of Elizabeth Warren saying, you're not getting any vote. And remember Chuck Schumer? Last December, Chuck Schumer's like, it's okay, we won't shut the government down, everything's fine. This is why I never forget Chuck Schumer needs to leave. But anytime Congress wants all this to stop, it can stop. Trump makes good decisions about foreign policy. Again, this was much higher before. Underwater by 14 points, not confident 57%. Trump can manage the executive branch effectively. Underwater by 15 points, not confident 57%. Is Trump making the federal government work better or worse? Underwater by 26 points, 53% say worse. Use word honest would you use the word honest to describe Trump? Yes or no? 63% say no. That's shocking. If you're too dumb to know that Trump is a pathological liar, are you okay? Are you okay? Trump, a good role model. Underwater by 41 points. No, 70%. Yes, 29%. Trump's handling of job as president, underwater by 22 points. Disapprove, 60%. Approve, 38%. Trump's handling of job as president, do you approve or disapprove? Strongly disapprove, 47%.
the Republicans in the House
Sorry.
almost.
That's a clip. That was last week's presentation. I just wanted to show you guys that because I think it's very relevant. Like, no president in U.S. history, the next worst was Trump himself in his first term. Like, and again, Republicans, I talked about this, I sometimes just post things like letting MAGA know they're wrong and when they post lies. And like, these people don't get it. They don't understand. They're just like, Republicans approve of him. Independents hate Trump. That's the ball game. I talked about this. I am not happy that Trump illegally forced Texas to gerrymander themselves to disenfranchise Hispanic and Black voters. But I was talking about this on Monday when I looked into the redistricting and the maps. It's not based off race, thank God. It's based off people that voted for Trump in the 2024 election, and I talked about this, which is why it's so mathematically egregiously illegal and disenfranchising to brown and black people, because the vast majority of population growth in Texas was Hispanics. Trump has anchored Hispanics in a way I've never seen. I talked about right when Trump got elected that right after Trump started releasing those executive orders in January, that I have all these relatives that voted for themselves to be deported. Hispanics, no liking Trump anymore. Though that redistricting is based on Trump voters, and those are Hispanics, by and large Hispanics. So there's a good chance that Trump's not going to have a great midterms. And I'll say this, and I think we should all stick to this. I don't care if people are Republicans, independents, or Democrats. After the midterms, whatever the if we don't do something to stop Trump, like whoever votes against us trying to stop Trump from becoming an authoritarian fascist dictator, we never forget. Like, I keep hearing MAGA saying things like, yeah, Trump, the ones that know, okay, Trump's gone too far. But in debate, Vance 2028. Are you kidding me? Then just give the country to Trump and reelect him. You want to elect a sycophant on his knees for Donald Trump? Every single person that allowed Trump to steal from us, that profited off insider trading, that allowed the largest transfer of wealth to the top of the economy, that allowed what MAGA now is naming a socialist takeover, but is actually a fascist authoritarian takeover. He's stealing stakes in companies. He's terrorizing people. And then you're saying, let's elect a spineless weirdo who went along with it all and lied for him the entire time. And by the way, not only is J.D. Vance on his knees for Trump, or like giving Trump a Andrew Jackson full time, pathologically lying for him, he also is fully owned, bought and paid for, and on his knees for Peter Thiel. Like, every single thing J.D. Vance has was given to him by Peter Thiel. So if you don't like what's happening, if you don't like oligarchy, if you don't like being robbed, it's like, hey, I finally get it. Trump's a bad person. Let's elect somebody who's even more of a cuck. Let's elect someone that's owned more by billionaires. Let's elect someone who has none of his own opinions and has no spine. And you know what? Let's elect the second spineless cuck, the second biggest spineless cuck we can find, as his vice president, Marco Rubio. That is what they're saying, just so you know. The 2028 ticket, they want spineless cuck number 1, couch boy. Spineless cuck number 2, Lil Marco. That is their plan. And oh wait, I'm sorry, I forgot. JD Vance does not have 3 hands. So I don't know if you've ever seen those videos where people are giving someone like a foot Jackson. So that's reserved for Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation. Any other money JD Vance receives, the other white man he's owned by and think tank he's owned by is, in fact, the Heritage Foundation. So, like, at least Trump has no morals and no values. I promise you that's better than JD Vance, who's so busy giving Andrew Jacksons and S-ing people's D's. Like, JD Vance, and I know this because I'm a researcher, JD Vance used to have real opinions. JD Vance knows right from wrong. JD Vance passed the bar. JD Vance has a Yale law degree and said, I will sell my self-respect, get on my knees, and S a bunch of billionaires off. Like, that is worse than Donald Trump. I will take Donald Trump any day of the year over JD Vance. JD Vance does not have an original thought. Period. Same with Lil Marco. Lil Marco can be found on tape, so can JD Vance, saying the opposite of every single thing they say now. Literally. Saying the opposite. Like, it's unbelievable that, like, those are the 2 most spineless jellyfish of all time. They are owned, bought, and paid for. Like, I love how Meg is like, yeah, Trump's not great. Let's get the people that, like, do everything they say. Yeah, you guys are so smart. Like, let's just get the people. Let's get the number 2 people that will continue the authoritarian fascist takeover. You cannot be this dumb. Thank you, Joseph, for the $50 on Venmo. Thanks for all you do. Your lives are the best part of the day. That makes me want to cry. Thank you. And your messages are the best part of my day. I appreciate you so, so much. You don't even know. Okay, let's get into some more interesting. I have so many things. I wanted to talk about, when I ended my live on Monday, people were concerned, like, if Matt had been arrested, and then there was the veteran Jay Corey who had, just set, there's no reason I can't say that, set a flag ablaze, if you will, in the park in DC. I wanted to show a couple clips about that. I'm trying to think. Well, first, I want to show this one. Prior to that happening, right, when Jolly and those veterans who were carrying the flags started protesting, I love this clip. This was one of my favorite parts. And again, this is the protest of the DC occupation and Trump's executive order, which is unlawful, about like, hey, I can't put people in jail for burning a flag, but try to railroad them with any other crime they can, which is basically what happened to Jay Corey. They didn't charge him with flag burning. They're trying to say, like, you were in a public park burning something, which I don't think at this point, like, he's in trouble yet, technically, but I'll show you that too in a second. Wait, no. Hold on. Why can't I hear this? Let me find this clip, because this is one of my favorite clips, and let me make sure the auto mix, the sound didn't get turned down. No, it's fully up. Oh, you guys can't... Please don't judge me for what you just witnessed. Oh my God.
So when we first showed up to the Union Station today, we ran ICE off as soon as we got here. There was 2 Border Patrol cars that parked right in the middle of Union Station, where they're not supposed to park, but, they think they're the big bullies on the block. They parked right in the middle of Union Station. So we walked up, our group of veterans, we surrounded their cars and did this.
Citizens, we represent 4 branches of service: Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine. All of us represent combat service from Bosnia to Kosovo, Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghanistan. If this country's had a conflict, we've been in it. This is a military occupation of America. We do not approve. I do not care about your political affiliation. I do not care who you voted for. We believe that the United States military should not be put on American streets to intimidate American citizens. DC does not have a crime problem, but even in a hypothetical situation, if there was crime, it is not the military's job to conduct law enforcement activities on American soil. By deploying the military, not only are you intimidating American citizens, you are also undermining public confidence in our military.
In the middle of me talking, I saw them walking back, and this happened.
Then you've got these wannabe military, paramilitary, established to do nothing but harass American citizens, ICE agents,
Kidnappers,
cosplayers, who are making it even worse. The American confidence in our law enforcement and military is at an all-time low.
and they quickly ran away.
First, what's that mean to you? Is there any honor in kidnapping people? Is there honor in that? That's what I want to know. Is there honor? Bye. Where were you? Hey, it's forever fuck ICE. Forever fuck a kidnapper who want to go out here
Bye.
and steal children.
Bye.
Arrest hard-working people who paying into our democracy and paying into the fucking economy.
We're not leaving until this military occupation of America ends.
So when we
watch that all day, I just like, yes. Wait. Oh, and this is another thing, and I just want to wait. So that we have ICE terrorizing people, which I'm trying to remember. Sorry, some of these are out of order, so I have to find some of these clips. I need to show you guys a specific, and then trigger warning for what I'm about to show you. But it's sorry, I need to make sure I get the right clip because I just want to show actual examples of. It's not. I'm not saying like, oh, maybe some people are being terrorized. They are 100% being terrorized in DC. Sorry, I need to leave this presentation and find my clip. And the clip I'm about to show you is a black man who was walking down the street in DC, which, you know, that's the thing about ICE. They're racially profiling people, and they're not like, oh, maybe this is someone I probably shouldn't like accost because I don't know who they are. Like someone, and that's the irony, by the way. ICE is not like, they're not even in bad neighborhoods. They're like in nice places, like near the White House, terrorizing people who are walking down the street. Like that's not very smart. Like if you can live in these areas in DC, you probably have a very professional job. Like these are extremely expensive places to live. I believe. Is this the one? No, wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm right near. I'm almost there. Yep, here we go. Let me restart it. Okay. Sorry, it's just. So again, this is DC yesterday.
Of the DC bar, that these officers.
It's a lawyer. They just thought it was a black man in a wife beater, and they detained an effing lawyer.
An officer of the DC bar, that these officers are violating my civil rights under federal law, and I will be pressing charges on everyone who has physically touched me tonight, who has applied pressure to me in ways that I will not forget anytime soon. This is tragic. In a country where black men are being killed by people that look just like this, I was sneered at, I was ignored, and I was not told why I was being detained.
What are the names of the two officers holding you right now?
This officer, at Costello, he has his name blocked off. I do not know what it is, and I don't want to touch him for fear of my life. This is an FBI agent who I do not know.
Aren't they only allowed to hold you for 10 minutes without charging you?
They are trying to manufacture evidence. I do not have a magazine in my weapon because my magazine is in the trunk of my vehicle, which they would have known if they would have asked me. They did not ask me. My magazine is in the trunk. To the American people watching, this is what calling out a failed system looks like. Again, I was walking peacefully down this block, and I was accosted by 20, no less than 20 MPD, FBI, ATF agents and officers. I am not crazy. I am totally sane. I have complied with all of these officers' requests, and 30 minutes after being detained, I remain detained and not created able to go. I do not know what charges. I do not know why I'm being detained. I was given no information. No officers are offering me any type of credence, no type of respite, nothing. simply stand here, you nigger, and be handcuffed while we wait to find magazines that do not exist, or we will find one for you. I assume that is the case.
I want to say I actually didn't hear him yell that when I was recording this, because like I record hundreds of clips and I'm using like 3 phones. And by the way, if you want to follow the account that on Instagram that posted this, it's at Harriet's, like Harriet Tubman, but Harriet's with an S on the end, Dreams. Sorry, I just wanted to say that because I just noticed it was there. I don't know if the cops called him that or not. He said that. But I mean, if they didn't have, and again, I improved the sound of this video in CapCut as best I could. It wasn't as good as this when I started, and I have a really good audio mixer and things to like improve the sound. But I mean, imagine this is a lawyer who passed the DC bar, who just was walking down the street in an upper middle class to affluent neighborhood in DC. And literally, I mean, I don't know if you saw it in the clip, but I've seen other clips of it where there's like all of these cars lined up. Like there's ICE, there's police, there's National Guard. I mean, it's insane. Like all to just, this man's just walking down the street, doing nothing. Literally. Or like in his car, dragged him out of his car doing nothing. Like that was, and he had a wife beater on, which I guess is the worst crime you can commit if you have too much melanin. Which I always tell this story, like my dad's half black, half indigenous Mexican, like pretty, very dark skin. And like the other side of my family, my mom, is kind of racist, to say the least. I talk about that a lot, and I used to complain to my dad, like, how could you do this to me? And my dad, who grew up in pre-Civil Rights Act Phoenix and couldn't swim in the public pool, couldn't go in the white bathrooms, couldn't swim in the public pools, like Hispanics and blacks were swimming in the canals, like, and he told me, he's like, I did you the biggest favor of your life. And like, I'm only saying that to say, like, hyper assimilation is almost like a psychological thing. Like, my dad believed that he had been terrorized so much that the biggest favor he could do for his children was make them look less like him. And it's like, when I was younger, or when I was more hopeful, like in 2008 when Obama was elected in these, and by the way, my dad voted for Trump, like, and that is something I've read a lot of psych papers on and things. It's hyper-assimilation, like can't beat them, join them, like just if I get on the same page, like if I just like, if I just do all the right things, maybe they'll leave me alone type things. And I could tell you story after story of things that have happened in my, like, I have witnessed him beaten within an inch of his life by cops. Like, the Phoenix Police Department is not allowed to operate independently right now. They're under federal oversight because of how many black and brown people they accidentally beat and were unalive. No, I'm just telling you this to give you an idea of this black man made the mistake of like driving with a wife beater on, and this is the reality. And like, I can remember watching police like beat my father and he had a wife beater on, and then just like, to them he's just some creep. Like, well, they all are, and this is a lawyer. Like, not that it matters, like but my point. It's just, there is no way to win in America if you have too much melanin. And like, my dad literally described it that way. Hey, your mom's crazy, but like, you should thank me. I'll never forget him saying that to me. I'm like, she's a malignant narcissist who's abusing me. He's like, you're welcome. Stop complaining. You have no idea how bad it could be if you looked like me. Like that, and that is how he saw it. Like, imagine that is your reality, that all you think is like, it would be abusive if my kids looked like me. Like, I don't know. Anyway, sorry. Let me go back to the presentation because that I accidentally didn't add, so I have to get back in here. But this is, and my point in saying that is like, for a while, like I used to be like, Dad, it's so much better now. Everything's so much better, and it's like we're back at the civil rights movement. And I talk about, if you don't know what the Warren Court is, the Warren Court was the court that had a liberal majority during the 60s and 70s that, you know, were responsible for decisions that created equity and equality. And I always talk about how the Stephen Miller's legal think tank is called America First, and his description of it is the answer to the ACLU. It's the response. Whatever the ACLU and the Warren Court gave to black and brown people, to women, to the LGBTQIA as far as rights, this is us clawing it back. Same thing with the Roberts Court. The conservative majority we now have on the Supreme Court. The goal is, hey, you guys thought you got some progress? We are going to claw every bit of it back. And that is what we are watching. But the good news is, as a historian and a neurodivergent person who sees patterns, like, I just smile because you are all on the wrong side of history, and you will be remembered as monsters. You will be memorialized as monsters. You guys are disgusting and uneducated and confused and insecure. And because your insecurity and your inability to learn or do math, and you feel like someone's taking something from you, you are engaged in a modern genocide, a modern Holocaust that has gone as far as to literally build concentration camps while we all watch. So you guys can feel what? More powerful? Like you matter more? And I talked about this. If I could recommend any book to MAGA men, read The Wages of Whiteness. You're getting got. You're still being robbed. Unless you're a billionaire who's you're on the take alongside other billionaires. That's what The Wages of Whiteness is. It's like, hey, we're robbing you too, white man, but we want you to feel special so you won't notice we're robbing you. So we'll give you social capital based on your skin color. Because you're still too dumb to notice that you're also being robbed, that you're also being mathematically discriminated against. So we'll just make you feel a little special, right? You're special because you're white. But you're not special. You're mathematically, you're being robbed and discriminated against just the same. And I know you're like, why are you bringing all this up? There's a reason. Because the anniversary of Charlottesville, I believe it was Monday, if I'm correct. I believe it was Monday, and I have so many clips, and I want to show just a clip of that. Or of what happened on the anniversary of Charlottesville.
On the anniversary of the deadly Charlottesville riot, where neo-Nazis marched by torchlight, chanting about immigrants and Jews, the lawyer who helped organize that event, that march, tweeted this: 8 years ago, you were an extremist if you protest being replaced by immigrants. Your life was over if you talked about stopping or reversing it. Now it is official White House policy. Never give up. While ex-Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio put it this way, quote, things we were doing and talking about in 2017 that were taboo, they're no longer taboo. They're mainstream now. Honestly, what do we have to complain about these days? Joining us now on the anniversary of the deadly Charlottesville riot.
You know what? That's funny Enrique Tarrio said that, because first of all, he's Hispanic, and second of all, he is still complaining. You know what's happening? So you know Trump pardoned all the J6ers? Well, after they were pardoned, they brought this huge lawsuit led by Enrique Tarrio saying, just like Trump said, that they were arrested unlawfully, were tortured and abused in prison, and guess what's happening? Trump's DOJ is like, arguing the opposite, like that it never happened, which it didn't happen. But you know what I mean? Trump pardoned them, and they're trying to sue the U.S. government and get millions of dollars paid for by us. And Trump's not giving you money, you idiots. Mediocre white men being confused about who they are. And Trump's arguing like they had the most amazing time and nothing ever happened and they were treated lawfully, which they were. But it's just ironic because Enrique Tarrio's like, wait, I thought like you pardoned us because it never should have happened. It's like, oh, you clearly don't understand Donald Trump. Like, you're not special. You're just some weirdo that he has zero respect for. Oh, and I just want to say, when ICE is not terrorizing, not ICE, when the National Guard isn't like lurking around here's what they're actually doing in DC. I just do want to say that. They're trash people. The National Guard are just picking up trash. Trash people, they're just trash picker-uppers. But I do, and you're like, what? Who cares? That's pick up trash. I just want you to know, for the National Guard to be deployed in DC, it is $1 million a month. When they were deployed in LA, it was like, I think 2.6 million a month. We are paying for them to be trash collectors. Our tax dollars are paying, $1 million a day. Or, wait, no, a month. Wait, I think I have hold on. I have the stat somewhere. I need to look it up. I need to think. Is it a month? No, it's not a month. It's a day. Sorry, it's a day. It's a day. It's $1 million a day to have, I'm using Trump's words, war fighters with orange crossing guard vests on, with little sticks with nails on the end. $1 million a day. $1 million a day to have military people pick up trash in DC. Like, that should make you sick every second it goes on. Yeah, we're not doing cancer research anymore, but don't anyone worry. We are. Wait, what is this? Oh yeah, that's another good one. This is a video I found of an actual National Guards member talking about this, which it's really good.
I was really reluctant to make this video because I am an active National Guard member and I don't really know what the consequences are going to be for me speaking in this manner. But what I do know is that the American people deserve to know how we are being used to police you and how you are footing the bill for it. In the National Guard, unless we are federally activated into a federal mission, we normally operate within our state doing state missions, and our commander-in-chief is our governor. Now, in times of crisis, the National Guard can be activated by either the governor or the president to do federally funded missions. And right now, the president has declared there is a crisis in D.C. But according to this, the president isn't authorized to use military as law enforcement on federally funded missions. But there's a loophole that allows National Guard members to do federally funded missions but stay under the command and control of their state's governor. It's called Title 32. And conveniently, when in that status, they are not subject to this act. Normally, Title 32 is used for training and exercise purposes, but right now, it is being used to legally send troops to D.C. to do law enforcement. That's the whole thing. Like, this is all legal. So, like, I know that I have an obligation to not follow unlawful orders, and they do too. But right now, there have not been any unlawful orders given. So I do hate to see my brothers and sisters in arms getting yelled at because, like, they haven't done anything wrong just yet. But just because a thing is legal does not make it right. And that's the main thing I want people to focus on, is that it does not have to be this way. We can change the laws to prevent.
And someone said, what is the... Yeah, I don't think they've been, as so far as deploying the National Guard, been told to do something on the... I think that's why they're picking up trash. But I'm trying to think. When one of the 853 times Pete Hegseth has been called to Congress under oath, Alyssa Slotkin, she is a senator from Michigan, brilliant former CIA officer, CIA analyst, like the brains of the operation. I remember seeing a clip where she was like, yes or no, Have you given the order to the National Guard to shoot or harm unarmed citizens? And he kept like obfuscating and like, I have the clip somewhere in another outline. I can probably find it. And he would not say yes or no. So like, to anyone's knowledge, he was under oath, and just like with the confirmation hearings, refused to answer whether or not he had. But at this point, no one effing knows what their orders are. But this man is saying, I am in the National Guard, and to my knowledge, they haven't been given unlawful orders, which, yeah, I'm going to look for that clip. I know I have it.
Our service members from being utilized as simply law enforcement at the behest of the president. There was actually a proposal to close this loophole 5 years ago, the first time that the president deployed the DC National Guard. One of the ways in doing that is to have Congress clarify that governors may not send their National Guard troops into another state or territory without that state or territory's consent. Because right now, if a president wants to use the military on American soil, all he has to do is just find a governor that's willing to do his dirty work. By the way, the National Guard being deployed in DC is costing you, the taxpayer, over $1 million a day. They don't even know how long this operation is going to last. They want to expand into other cities. It is costing you, the American taxpayer, over $1 million a day to have our good service members stand around in DC with an unclear mission for an unknown amount of days. As a service member, I pledge an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And I don't want to see the commitment I made to serve be taken advantage of any longer with this loophole. Call your senator, call your representative, and ask that they put forth some legislation to help close this loophole and prevent other military members' service from being taken advantage of by the executive branch. I was really reluctant.
Yeah, I mean, I think he said it beautifully. It is, I mean, these are our tax dollars. Just remember, those saved no money. In fact, they cost us millions of dollars. Donald Trump is spending. Now Donald Trump is a authoritarian fascist dictator, which whenever you hear MAGA incorrectly identify a socialist dictator, that is what Trump now is. He's stealing equity stake in companies. He stole an equity stake in Intel, a 10% stake, which will produce billions and billions. Is that going to save our Medicaid? No. It's all going. We have to borrow $4 to $5 trillion now immediately to pay off the tax breaks for corporations and billionaires. It's not real socialism. First of all, is democratic, voluntary, and voted on, and it has nothing to do with helping an oligarchy, a bunch of crony capitalists get richer. Trump is stealing. Trump is stealing from everyone around us. The largest transfers of wealth to the top of the economy we've ever seen in life. Like, wake up, MAGA, and hold the guy you put in office accountable for something. Please. I mean, not please. I don't have any faith in you all to do anything. I think it's beyond you at this point. And I don't want to be weird, but I do just... Did you guys see that Cracker Barrel put its logo back to the cracker in the barrel? I just want to say, please, TikTok... White men want to be called crackers. Okay? I thought they did not want to be called crackers. Now we know. Who cares? Oh, well, I'll tell you who cares. I'll tell you. It's kind of like stealing from a corporation, right? It's like a mob bullying a corporation by stock manipulation. Yeah, that's not... What do you mean, who cares? I think we should all care. I think, like, Trump is encouraging, egging on a mob to manipulate the stock market. Like, that's a very dangerous thing. I don't personally care. I mean, I do care about the financial side. I just thought the surprising part to me is that I thought that white men didn't want to be called crackers, and I know that they basically they are manipulating the stock market for the right to forever be called crackers. So that's the main thing. But yeah, I don't think anyone should be mob bullying the stock market. Here, I'm going to show you guys a couple things. I think I have these clips somewhere. Cracker Barrel may not realize that caving on the logo isn't enough for the right-wing grifters to call off the boycott. Yeah, that's the point. They're not going to stop, which Yeah, no one else is going there but white people anyways, and now they're still not going to go. This company's going out of business. Whoever has equity in it is in trouble. But I mean, breaking. We said we would listen. Cracker Barrel says its new logo is going away and is bringing back the beloved old timer, the Cracker in the Barrel. Okay, the company confirmed that in a news statement. This is MAGA psycho. Cracker Barrel caving and restoring the old logo is a good start, but it's not enough. It would be a shame if their Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok comments were filled with demands to end funding for all Pride shows. This is why it matters. These are psychotic, uneducated bigots who can't read or do math, who now want to pressure them into not allowing the LGBTQIA to come in the restaurants. Not that I mean, who in the F is going to Cracker Barrel besides 75-year-olds? But to ending funding for all ages Pride shows and an end to DEI plus pronoun training at their corporate office. Like, you do not comply with uneducated white terrorists. This is what they're saying. Like, this matters because... But then again, I think this is a brand that has always been geared towards crackers next to barrels. And if you guys want to put your old restaurant chain that no one else gives an F out of business, go ahead, you weirdos. Like, use your brains. It's like shutting down your own clubhouse. It's almost like it's a coordinated MAGA shakedown. And it is. Like, the place you guys like to hang out, you want to put them all out of business? Cool. Like, look at the heat map of where these places are. I'll help you. Backwoods rural areas and along interstates. It's not going to largely affect the rest of us, but yeah, you guys shut down your own favorite place. Like, you guys are super weird, but, don't tell them. But I mean, yeah, this is the same way Trump is using authoritarian fascism to steal and shake down corporations. MAGA's doing the same thing. Hey, the next step is, and this is why it matters, you shouldn't let I don't want you to seat LGBTQIA. If you're feeding gay people, then we're going to put you out of business. Do you see what I mean? This happened during the Third Reich. That's what happened. That's why certain businesses had to have a yellow star and say, hey, like, this is a Jewish-owned business. Like, that's what is happening. This is a Holocaust. This is discrimination, financial Holocaust. That's what happened before the final solution is we boycott, we don't go anywhere where those other people are. This is a huge deal. Huge deal. But again, do call white people crackers because that's what they want. I am glad to know that. I thought you guys didn't want to be called crackers. I will call you guys crackers from now on. I'm so glad you told me. God, Trump. Okay, there it goes. I was like, what's wrong with the sound? I just want to say this because this is important. I mean, Trump is driving the economy into the ground, and we all need to know that. But he keeps talking about tariff rebates, and I thought this was a great clip to, like, really strike home the insanity of that.
So what to do with the $4 trillion coming from the tariffs? Trump once said he was considering a kind of tariff rebate check for American consumers. Here's what the Treasury Secretary said about that last week. Take a listen.
I think at a point we're going to be able to do it, but President Trump and I are laser focused on paying down the debt.
What do you think?
I think he's exactly right that it would be crazy for there to be a rebate check. By the way, Jake, do you remember just a few months ago we were being told that there would be so many trillions of dollars saved by Doge, we'd all be getting rebate checks? And I went all over TV having arguments with people saying how big would the rebate check be? And it turns out Doge never saved anything. In this case, the Republicans just passed a budget. The budget took an already existing budget deficit and made it worse. Let's not talk in trillions. What this is basically $400 billion per year over 10 years. That's the easy way to think about it. And basically, they've already spent that. They've spent that giving tax cuts to rich people. So what does this mean? It means overall what we've done is we've swapped one set of taxes for another. It used to be we had high income taxes on rich people. We've gotten rid of that. And to fill the budget hole, we're now putting tariffs on. Now, tariffs are paid by everyone. They're a sales tax, effectively. And so that means we've shifted taxes from the rich to the working and middle class because all of us buy imported stuff and therefore all of us are paying these tariffs.
Justin Wolfers, University of Michigan. Thank you so much. Good to see you, sir.
I just want to say this, and I looked it up. Trump continues to say he's collected $4 trillion in tariffs, which I don't know if Jake Tapper is now a robot who's being blackmailed by Trump. But as of June 2025, we've collected $108 billion in tariff revenue, which I've realized MAGA has no concept of the difference between a million, a billion, and definitely not the difference between a billion and a trillion. Like, if you think that collecting 500 billion, 600 billion, like, you guys are so confused. And by the way, it's like saying, hey, we need to pay down the debt, and the way we're going to do that is by stealing from ourselves. Why would we want to steal from ourselves when we're paying state taxes, we're paying federal taxes, and then we're being robbed on top of that? Bag is like, yeah, this is a great idea. It took us. Well, actually, some of you still don't understand who pays tariffs. Like, actually, so I was about to say it took us a long time to convince you that we had to pay tariffs. I don't even I don't think they know that yet. The majority of them still don't get it. But I think they're starting to, like, they're starting to be like, why does everything cost more? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, and this is just information on whistleblowing going on, just in terms of all of our data Trump is stealing all of our data. Yeah, I just think this is this report came out this morning. Actually, this was either New York Times or Washington Post article exclusive that was released yesterday, and then this is the CNN report on it, and it's terrifying.
That your sensitive personal information may have been compromised. A whistleblower inside the Social Security Administration says Doge employees created a copy of the records of more than 300 million Americans and put that data on a vulnerable server. CNN's Matt Egan joins me now with this new reporting. So what more is in this complaint from the whistleblower?
Yeah, Eric, we knew that Doge was taking its move fast, break things attitude to the federal government. Now we're learning more about some of the potential consequences there. And this stunning whistleblower complaint, it's not coming from some low-level employee or some intern. This is coming from the chief data officer at the Social Security Administration, aka someone who would know. Now, in this 18-page complaint, he alleges that among the critical data that was stored in this vulnerable cloud server, it includes people's names, their social security numbers, their dates of birth, their addresses, citizenship status, even their parents' names, all of it stored in this cloud server. Now, Charles Borges, the whistleblower here, says that the copy of the database apparently lacks any security oversight from the agency or even tracking to determine who has access. And he wrote in this complaint, should bad actors gain access to this cloud environment, Americans may be susceptible to.
This is the chief data officer. I want you to understand that. This is not a rando that's like, hey, some things might be going on. This is the chief engineer, the chief hacker, the guy that can do anything he wants, saying that this happened. This is real. This happened. The chief data officer is like, hey, he stole all our data.
Widespread identity theft may lose healthcare and food benefits. He went on to say that the government could even be.
Wait, when I say stole data, I just want to make sure everyone's clear. All of it was uploaded to an unsecure server that hackers, thieves, Russia, anyone can access.
Responsible for having to reissue every single American a new social security number.
Said we knew this. This is new. I just want to be clear. This is not the Doge security breaches. This is new. Like the last big one where a whistleblower was online and I was showing you the clips, that was the NLRB data that was exfiltrated and they showed the spike in exfiltration and things. No, this is something totally different.
At great cost. And he said, look, he did sound the alarm internally, repeatedly. He said that he warned people internally that something was wrong, but he said to his knowledge, no action was taken. Now, CNN has reached out to the Social Security Administration, and they did say they take all of whistleblower complaints seriously. They say they do safeguard personal data. They say that in this case, the data was walled off from the internet. It was kept in a long-standing server.
I read this report, which this is all a lie. The guy is saying the opposite. Like the response of the White House, and when they're like, hey, the guy's like, this is what he's saying is not true. So they just repeated the lie that the chief data officer, this is the person that has access to all of our data at the Social Security Administration, is saying everything. The response is a lie.
And they also say they're unaware of any compromise of that data here. But look, Erica, we got to stay tuned because clearly someone very high up here in this agency is very concerned.
Right, and they say it's walled off. He said,
not someone very high up, the highest person, the chief data officer, the smartest of all the smarts, the person that has access to all the data, is saying unequivocally, I know this happened. And the White House is like, oh, I don't know. I'm just a little bit lost. Like, maybe we don't know if it happened or not. Yeah. Okay. Like, I just think everyone's like, we already knew this. No, like, I think everyone needs to understand this is something much bigger than anything we have ever heard. But we're so now, like, desensitized that, like, and I actually, if what you're saying is, I assume this was already happening, I think it's good. Expect the worst. I always tell myself that. I don't know if I've ever told you guys this story, but when I worked in social media, like for a large social media company, like the CEO, I used to just be like, God, like, what's going to happen? Like, this seems really messed up because the amounts of people's data I had access to as a random person at a social media company that worked in advertising. And he literally said, he's like, do you have a Facebook page? And I was like, yeah. He's like, it's over. And I was like, what's over? And he's like, everything, anything about you, the microdata, who you are from now and going into the future, it's over. They have access to all of it. Like, that was his way of telling me, like, maybe that will help you sleep better. Like, anyone who wants to find your, like, metadata, package it, sell it, like, it was over at Facebook profile. And I was like, okay. But this is government data that is supposed to be kept in silos, that the chief data officer of the Social Security Administration is like, it was all stolen and put on an unprotected server. Like, I don't even know what to say anymore. And, like, so many terrible things are happening that people are just like, oh, like, I guess that's just another thing that maybe we should care about. I want to show this speech of J.B. Pritzker because I want to give us some hope. Oh my gosh, Kira, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. DC resident here, you're right. They are nowhere to be found in Anacostia, where the bit of violent crime actually happens. Yeah, exactly. And the guardsmen patrolling metro stations during rush hour are now armed, and they weren't for the past week. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, they are apparently carrying weapons now. I'm scared. And I wonder, yeah, hopefully this will end, but in DC, like, there's lawsuits going on. Hopefully this will end. But yeah, it's getting scarier and scarier. I think the problem with DC is, I think it is Trump's goal to hold DC, you know? Like, whenever he truly, like, he doesn't want another, like, the next time he does a coup, he wants to control DC. And that's what scares me for the people. Oh, I have a good clip. Thank you for reminding me. this clip I saw watching Ben Meiselas's podcast, and I was like, exactly, like this, it's time everyone needs to wake up and stop both sidesing it and saying, oh, well, the Democratic Party's falling apart, or oh, we're all guilty of something. Like, we're watching a coup happen. What are they, Tim Walz called it, like I'm not gonna get it right, a slow rolling fascist coup or something. It's true.
So now we're seeing whether it's Governor Newsom, whether it's Governor Pritzker in Illinois, whether it's Governor Walz in Minnesota, whether it's Governor Wes Moore in Maryland, whether it's Governor Hochul in New York. I could continue and go down. There's a lot of other governors as well, and I'm not going to spend the whole show naming every governor, but who are finally pushing back and saying this is fascism. Stop both sidesing it, media. Stop trying to sow division within the Democratic Party when we literally have military invasions, not into foreign countries, which would be bad by the United States, into American cities. We're talking about deployments of active duty military with missions in states in the United States, also aided and abetted by red state governors who, again, are the takers, who wouldn't exist without the blue states, who have far higher crime rates than the blue states. And so it's like this whole system here in the United States is allowing this rule by red states, minority rule in terms of, who actually controls the highest population centers, the lowest economies. The failed states are now attacking the actual successful and thriving states. So you go after California, we're like number one in almost every single stat, from businesses to startup environments to public education systems. You go look at Massachusetts, you go look at Illinois, you look at these states, that's a commonality. Then you take a look at like what's going on in Mississippi. You take a look at what's going on in Oklahoma. You take a look at what's going on in Texas. You take a look at what's going on in all these red states. It's a common. So now we're seeing whether it's Governor Newsom,
Amen. And DC too. I mean, truly. But I think in states, because of the federal courts, it probably won't last forever. But my fear is for DC. This is why DC needs to be a state, because Trump is trying to occupy DC. So when he tries to stay in power, he won't leave. Like, no one can force him out again. It's terrifying to even think about that we have to depend on like people who do or do not, like, or people's own version of, hey, like, is this right or wrong? Okay, and J.B. Pritzker, like, gave one of the most earth-shaking speeches I've ever seen. And remember, I'm just saying this at, bad hours. Like, I hate billionaires. The consolidation of wealth is a crime against the American people. And I'm not, again, MAGA, that's not my feeling. That's not my feelings. I can make a mathematical argument for when wealth is consolidated and held at the top of the economy, how everyone else suffers. Okay? So, but I do think that we can make a distinction between J.B. Pritzker is a billionaire, I believe. He's the heir to the Hyatt fortune. If you didn't know, he's the governor of Illinois. Trump called J.B. Pritzker fat. Trump, you've got a leg that doesn't work. You keep telling men they shouldn't be wearing makeup, but you got a full face of terrible makeup on every day. You stink to high heaven. What the hell is going on with your hands? Like, your brain does not work. Literally, you were dumb when your brain worked. Whatever's going on now, I mean, I actually don't even want to make fun of what's going on now with your brain, because I don't think it's funny. When you have to get on Air Force One, you're dragging a leg up the stairs, and he's like calling J.B. Pritzker fat. But anyways, I'm telling you that so when you hear him addressing it in the beginning of the most awesome, like, and not just like, it's not like he's just attacking Trump with ad homs, and he never does. He's just like, hey, factually, I'm going to explain why the occupation, using the military to occupy American cities, is wrong. And man, very impressed by like the way he communicates. Very impressed. And I love, he's on the water taxi in Chicago, if you've ever been to Chicago, at first. Not in the end, but at first saying this.
Well, from my perspective, it takes one to know one on the weight question. And the president, of course,
responding to Trump. Imagine being as unfortunate looking as Donald Trump and talking about someone else's looks. Like, this is the fascination of narcissism and narcissists and watching them grow old. Remember, they think they're God. They think they are godlike. They're the best looking people ever. I always talk about how it's fascinating for me to watch my mother get old because she's a malignant narcissist. And it's like, I'm always like, okay, is she going to realize she looks different than when she thought? Because yes, my mother was very beautiful at one time. But like, no, they don't. Just so you know, in Trump's mind, it is my belief by analyzing my mother that they don't believe they look any different. Like, to them, they're always amazing looking.
Self is not in good shape. So he ought to respond to that from me. I would say also that his personal attacks on me are just evidence of a guy who's still living in fifth grade. He's the kind of bully that throws invectives at people. And because he knows that what he's saying is actually commentary on himself. Well,
he got it right. And just know this. All narcissists are doing are projecting, right? They're pointing at someone else and just saying, I'm guilty of this. But I'm God. So I've blocked out the self-awareness to know I'm talking about myself. I'm deeply insecure and I'm pointing at someone else and just confessing to what I'm guilty of. That is 100% true. And I didn't, this is my mother. I love my mother, but I mean, narcissistic personality disorder is a set of survival skills. And that is what they're doing. Like, my mother will point at me and be like, you, this is who you are. I'm like, no, that's who you are. Like, you are describing yourself and screaming at me. It's very strange.
Crime is a reality we all face in this country. Public safety has been among our highest priorities since taking office. We have hired more police and given them more funding. We banned assault weapons, ghost guns, bump stocks, and high-capacity magazines. We invested historic amounts into community violence intervention programs. We listened to our local communities, to the people who live and work in the places that are most affected by crime, and asked them what they needed to help make their neighborhoods safer. Those strategies have been working. Crime is dropping in Chicago. Murders are down 32% compared to last year and nearly cut in half since 2021. Shootings are down 37% since last year and 57% from 4 years ago. Robberies are down 34% year over year. Burglaries down 21%. Motor vehicle thefts down 26%. So in case there was any doubt as to the motivation behind Trump's military occupations, take note. 13 of the top 20 cities in homicide rate have Republican governors. None of these cities is Chicago. 8 of the top 10 states with the highest homicide rates are led by Republicans. None of those states is Illinois. Memphis, Tennessee, Hattiesburg, Mississippi.
By the way, and it's more, and forget about, if you don't look at homicide rate, if you just look at violent crime, the rate of violent crime per 100,000, at cities, like top 100, vast majority of those cities are Republican, conservative strongholds in red states. And when Trump was having that glazing session with his cabinet where everyone was literally just like, is it my turn to blow you now, sir? Which is so gross, like so uncomfortable. So and then it was time for questions. I think someone asked hey, the majority, if you are trying to say it's about crime rates, the majority of the cities you should be sending the National Guard to are red cities. And Trump was like, that's not true. There's not that many of them. Okay, so the opposite is true. And if you were, again, all of the replays of the people's receipts are available on my YouTube, which is same as here, Girl Has No Name. On Monday's episode, I was showing a chart of how many of the highest violent crime cities per capita were red, and then there was highlighted lines of the ones that Trump had sent National Guard from those places to go to DC or to go to Los Angeles. Like, it is an effing joke if you can read or do math. So MAGA's out, Trump's out, but if you can read or do math, wake up.
Have higher crime rates than Chicago, and yet Donald Trump is sending troops here and not there? Ask yourself why. If Donald Trump was actually serious about fighting crime in cities like Chicago, he, along with his congressional Republicans, would not be cutting over $800 million in public safety and crime prevention grants nationally, including cutting $158 million in funding to Illinois for...
I'm sorry. So today there was a pew-pewing in Minnesota. Trump has defunded the police. Period.
Violence prevention programs that deploy trained outreach workers to de-escalate conflict on our streets. Cutting $71 million in law enforcement grants to Illinois. Direct money for police departments through programs like Project Safe Neighborhoods, the state and local anti-terrorism training program, and the Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative. Cutting $137 million in child protection measures in Illinois that protect our kids against abuse and neglect. Trump is defunding the police.
Period. And this is true of DC as well. And MAGA, I know you're incapable of doing factual research, even though you have a supercomputer in your pocket, but this is reality. Trump is saying crime's out of control, even though crime is down in these blue cities he's targeting, and there are red cities with much higher violent crime rates that he is somehow ignoring. But if he did, which we know he doesn't, but MAGA's brains don't work, so just to follow the line of logic to its natural conclusion, if he did care, why would he take all the money away? Why would he lower standards? Why would he divert workers from FBI agents from working on trafficking and crime in the domestic United States to focus on just terrorizing brown people? Follow the money. Every word Donald Trump says is a lie.
To the members of the press who are assembled here today and listening across the country, I am asking for your courage to tell it like it is. This is not a time to pretend here that there are two sides to this story. This is not a time to fall back into the reflexive crouch that I so often see, where the authoritarian creep by this administration is ignored in favor of some horse race piece on who will be helped politically by the president's actions. Donald Trump wants to use the military to occupy a U.S. city, punish his dissidents, and score political points. If this were happening in any other country, we would have no trouble calling it what it is, a dangerous power grab. To the members of the press,
this is one of my favorite speeches I've ever heard of a governor in the United States. And it's completely factual. This is not about feelings. This is what Trump's doing. Wasting more of our tax dollars, focusing on places, and lying and saying there's crime problems, defunding these cities from the programs that have made crime drop in them, creating more crime, then deploying the military to the tune of, in DC, it's $1 million a day. I think when it was in LA, it was like $2.6 million a day. Just costing us more money based on lies. Same thing with release the water in California. Remember that? He was yelling about that again yesterday when his weird cabinet was glazing him, saying he released the water. He wasted billions of gallons of water that they save for farmers during the summer. Like, wake up. Oh, and please tap the screen and share the live if you can. I so appreciate it. We are almost at 500K. Let's get there. The arrow in the right-hand bottom corner is there. Share the live. If you don't have anyone to share it with, push the copy link button. If you would like to subscribe, please do. I'm trying to get my subscriptions up, and I appreciate it. I know people have said, like, you can't buy multiple subscriptions. I have no idea why. I don't know. I'm always in trouble on TikTok, so maybe that will change, maybe not. I don't know.
Earlier today in the Oval Office, Donald Trump looked at the assembled cameras and asked for me personally to say, "Mr. President, can you do us the honor of protecting our city?" Instead, I say, "Mr. President, do not come to Chicago." You are neither wanted here nor needed here. Your remarks about this effort over the last several weeks have betrayed a continuing slip in your mental faculties and are not fit for the auspicious office that you occupy. Most alarming, you seem to lack any appropriate concern as our commander-in-chief for the members of the military that you would so callously deploy as pawns in your ever more alarming grabs for power. As a governor, I've had to make the decision in the past to call up members of the National Guard into active service. And I think it's worth taking a moment to reflect on how seriously I take that responsibility and on the many things that I consider before asking these brave men and women to leave their homes and their communities to serve in any capacity for us. As I've said many times in the past, members of the National Guard are not trained to serve as law enforcement. They are trained for the battlefield, and they're good at it. They're not trained to arrest people and read them their Miranda rights. They did not sign up for the National Guard to fight crime. And when we call them into service, we are reaching into local communities and taking people who have jobs and families away from their neighborhoods and the people who rely upon them. It is insulting to their integrity and to the extraordinary sacrifices that they make to serve in the Guard, to use them as a political prop where they could be put in situations where they will be at odds with their local communities, the ones that they seek to serve. I know Donald Trump doesn't care about the well-being of the members of our military, but I do, and so do all the people standing here.
And he does not. Oh, by the way, when I was talking about the giant data breach that this is on mute and it just keeps playing GIF sounds. When I was talking about the data breach at the Social Security Administration, thank you for the super chat, Anne. And she said, insecure tech bros storing info on an insecure server. Isn't that the truth? Oh my God. If you only worked in the tech industry, that would mean so much to you. Isn't that always the way it goes? This speech is one of the best speeches. Like, I mean, if you ever want to just sum up the BS Trump is doing and the way he's terrorizing democratic cities based on lies to consolidate power and take over the government. I mean, I want to know who wrote this speech.
Finally, to the Trump administration officials who are complicit in this scheme, to the public servants who have forsaken their oath to the Constitution to serve the petty whims of an arrogant little man, to any federal official who would come to Chicago and try to incite my people into violence as a pretext for something darker and more dangerous, we are watching and we are taking names. This country has survived darker periods than the one that we're going through right now, and eventually the pendulum will swing back, maybe even next year. Donald Trump has already shown himself to have little regard for the many acolytes that he has encouraged to commit crimes on his behalf. You can delay justice for a time, but history shows you cannot prevent it from finding you eventually. If you hurt my people, nothing will stop me, not time or political circumstance, from making sure that you face justice under our constitutional rule of law. As Dr. King once said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Humbly, I would add, it doesn't bend on its own. History tells us we often have to apply needed to make sure that the arc gets where it needs to go. This is one of those. Finally,
I mean, truly, and I always say this, when Matt and I were interviewing Alyssa Ellman, who's running against Claudia Tenney in New York 24, it's like, that's what I loved about her. It's like, it doesn't matter who is in your district. There are like 750,000 people you now protect with your life. Doesn't matter who they voted for president, if they like you or not. It's like, when people are your people, you protect them with your life. Like, if I ran for Congress, you would see a different me. I don't care who those 750,000 people are in my district. There is nothing I won't do to protect them. And I love the way he speaks about Chicagoans, right? I love it. And Illinois in general, you hurt anyone here and you will get it. And that's like one billionaire to another, to a grifter who stole a lot of money, and hopefully it will all be taken back one day. But I think that's beautiful. I think we should all have governors that say that. Like, if you hurt anyone here, you will live to regret it.
Should require extraordinary justification. Look around you right now. Does this look like an emergency? Look at this. Go talk to the people of Chicago who are enjoying a gorgeous afternoon in this city. Ask the families buying ice cream on the Riverwalk. Go see the students who are at the beach after school. Talk to the workers that I just met taking the water taxi to get here. Find a family who's enjoying today sitting on their front porch and ask if they want their neighborhoods turned into a war zone by a wannabe dictator. Ask if they'd like to pass through a checkpoint with unidentified officers in masks while taking their kids to school. Should require extraordinary justice.
I love Chicago too. Like, don't ruin a Chicago summer. I love Chicago. The best part of the Midwest is the summer, especially in Chicago. Do not interrupt a good Chicago summer with your lies and racism and authoritarian fascist bullshit, Trump. Chicago's an amazing place. If you've never been there, check it out. And he's telling the absolute, stop it, Trump, stop it. Leave these people alone.
This is not about fighting.
I've been to Chicago in the winter. I know about the lake effect. I used to, we had an office there, the social media company I worked for, and a lot of my clients were there. Oh my God. I once tried to leave a hotel to go meet with one of my clients, and the door hit me. I pushed the door open and thought I was leaving the hotel, and it hit me, and I fell down. I know Chicago in the winter. I've been there.
Crime. This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals. This is about the President of the United States and his complicit lackey, Stephen Miller, searching for ways to lay the groundwork to circumvent our democracy, militarize our cities, and end elections. There is no emergency in Chicago that calls for armed military intervention. This is not about...
Anyways, I 100% love J.B. Pritzker's vibe, and same with Newsom, right? That vibe of I will protect it. There's nothing I'm not going to do to protect people in my state. The crazier Trump gets, that posture is what we need to take, right? And not even so much also with Newsom, as someone who was raised by a malignant narcissist who's much smarter than Trump, you have to go farther than that. Trump has passed, if you hurt someone I care about, I'm gonna make you regret it. Like, Newsom's like, oh, you think you're crazy? I'll show you crazy. Like, that is how you defeat malignant narcissists. Like, the reason why Bob doesn't try it anymore is because I was like, oh, I'm now more insane than you. Oh, you think you're crazy? Whatever you do to me, it will be 1,000 times worse. You will regret every time you make me feel uncomfortable. Every time I have anxiety, what is going to happen to you is going to be so terrible that you will never make me feel uncomfortable again. That's how you make narcissists stop. You can't change them, but you make them modify their behavior by learned experience. You want to do bad things? Let's see you want to out crazy me? It's not going to work. And that's what Gavin Newsom is essentially doing. And it's like, we don't want to live in a world where we have to do that, but I promise you, they don't respond to anything else. But you have to match them and then be like, hey, whatever you think you're capable of, I'm smarter than you. And you're not going to see me coming, and something terrible is going to happen to you. Like, that's when my mom started leaving me alone, and she's like, oh, she's nuts. Like,
Look at how beautiful this city is. This city is moving in the right direction on crime. That we have been, in fact, over the last 4 years, we have seen homicides drop in half. And that is something that the President of the United States should pay attention to. I know he doesn't read. I know he doesn't listen to very many people, but I know he watches television. And so
this is what I'm saying. This is what you have to do. Shame the devil. Like, we now have the governor of Illinois screaming into a microphone, I know Donald Trump can't read. Like, thank you. I told you, this is how you have to do it. Stop being nice. Stop taking the high road and say the truth. This man can't read. This man is an idiot. This man is dragging one leg up the stairs. This man was dumb before the dementia. Like, that's how you have to do it.
Homicides drop in half. And that is something that the President of the United States should pay attention to. I know he doesn't read. I know he doesn't listen to very many people, but I know he watches television. And so perhaps if somebody from Fox News or from Newsmax is here, they'll cover the fact that Chicago is in much better shape as a result of the work that we are doing to prevent crime, to interrupt crime, to reduce crime, to increase the number of police. Our state police are up during my time in office. I want the president to understand that we do not want troops on the ground in the city of Chicago. Neither do the people of Chicago or the people of the state.
You gave him the warning and then whatever comes next. But, like, this is a governor we need. You know what I mean? Like, stop being nice. Yeah, that's why I pinned Brian's comment. Taking the high road is what got us here. Stop it. Malignant narcissists do not respond to the high road. And I just want malignant narcissists believe they're God. They're Machiavellian sadists. And they're psychopaths. That is the dark triad, which, by the way, I gave you guys examples of the statistical analysis and the research I like to do. One of these days, I'm going to do a whole presentation. I'm trying to get one of my favorite other creators who's like an expert on narcissism to like kind of do like a conversation with me about it. But yeah, I've been psychologically profiling MAGA and malignant narcissists like Trump using like the Nuremberg trial journals and then drawing the parallels to Trump and then creating psych profiles for all of the pathetic groups in MAGA. And, and I'm going to do that one of these days. I'm just waiting to see if I can get one of my favorite creators to talk about it with me. I'm going to end on this, and then I have much more, and I'll just let it bleed into tomorrow's show. But this is Jasmine Crockett, which I talked about this. I talked a little bit. Well, I definitely went into it on Monday, how I was looking into the actual math behind Texas's redistricting. They essentially eliminated her district. That is how terrified Trump is of Jasmine Crockett and black women in general, the most educated cross-section of America, that her district is gone. And she's going to run in a new district. But I was talking about how the redistricting is essentially based on people that voted for Trump in 2024, which a lot of those are Hispanics. So I don't think the Hispanic population of Texas is going to be very happy with Trump. But I just wanted to show this clip of Jasmine.
If the Democrats take over after the midterms next year, the House and or Senate, do you think they're going to push for investigations into Trump's family and the whole crypto acquisitions that he is getting?
Well, Alex, I'm glad you asked.
Here we go.
Listen, so long as we end up taking the House, which I fully anticipate that we will do, and we are going to work hard to obviously help our Senate colleagues as well, then as someone who serves on the Oversight Committee and hopes to lead the Oversight Committee, I can guarantee you that we will do what we are supposed to do as constitutionally sworn members of the House, which means that we will conduct oversight. That means that we will investigate. We will look at whether or not this president himself has violated the emoluments clause as it relates to, say, such things as getting a $400 million plane from the Qataris. We also will make sure that we're looking into all these business deals that they have going on. I mean, think about it this way, Alex. They were going after Hunter because he sat on a board. Think about how much money they are raking in, whether we're talking about the next golf resort that they're setting up in Qatar, or whether we're talking about them leveling Gaza, as they've talked about, and talked about how it would be great beachfront property, whether we're talking about this crypto scam, the scam that people didn't even want to walk into and show their faces. Let me tell you, there is no shortage of things for us to dig into and determine whether or not there have been not only violations of the law, but definitely violations of our Constitution as a whole.
Did you make a little news here? Didn't you say you hope to lead that committee?
I absolutely do. Unfortunately, we are going to lay our dear colleague, Jerry Conley, to rest here on Tuesday. And there will have to be an election to determine who is going to lead the Oversight Committee. And ultimately, I am hoping and praying that my colleagues see that I can provide what we need as a team to make sure that we can move forward and instill some confidence in the American people by knowing that they have a real fighter who will not back down, even in the face of all the threats that I will have waged at me, because Lord knows I get death threats every single day. But at the end of the day, I truly believe that God will never leave my side. And so I will fight fearlessly and ferociously for the American people.
Okay, I accidentally played the wrong clip. So but I mean, that's a great clip. Let me show you the clip of her talking about redistrict. So we get 2 Jasmine clips, which is even better. But yeah, I actually, that was not the clip I meant to play, but I have the clip I meant to play. I found the link. I just gotta pull it up live real quick. Cause it's good. Hold on. It's a TikTok. Okay, got it. I just need to get it started. Okay. Hopefully it won't lag. Okay.
Jasmine Crockett just caused a Republican meltdown as she has completely ruined their plans. Now, as you know, Republicans in Texas have redrawn their congressional maps, and in doing so have eliminated Jasmine Crockett's current district, and they thought that would be the end of her, but she has said not today, as she is ready to run in one of the brand new districts, one that she can easily win. Now, it's important to note that she can run in a district that she doesn't live in, as the U.S. Constitution only requires someone to live in the state they're running in, not the district. But this completes the failures of the Republicans in Texas. They thought they were adding 5 additional seats, and then California nullified that. They thought they were getting rid of Jasmine Crockett, but she told them she's here to stay. And how great would it be if she returns in 2026, 1, with a Democratic majority, but 2, walking into the chamber to a grand entrance, something that we haven't seen before, to let Republicans know, you tried, you failed, welcome to our show.
Let me show you one more hopeful clip about the redistricting and math. I've kind of been talking about it, but I just want to show you. I sent it to myself so you could see that we have so much hope that, why can't I hate when this happens. Sorry, I hate when I can't.
That Trump's 2024 gains among Hispanic voters would hold up.
You'll love this. This is what I was talking about the redistricting and Hispanic voters.
Let me just tell you how this is going to happen. Because I told you guys months ago that the Texas maps could backfire because Republicans assumed that Trump's 2024 gains among Hispanic voters would hold up. This is why they keep saying they're poised to pick up 5 seats. But did you know that 4 of those 5 new districts are majority Hispanic districts? They cover areas that until 2024 were considered safe for Democrats. In fact, one of those new districts is actually safer for the House Democrat who represents it than it was in 2024. That's because they had more split-ticket voters. They drew the districts based on Trump's vote percentage, not Democrats. That's because these voters were Trump voters, not Republican voters. For whatever reason, they voted for his energy and his personality, not his policies. But now the tide is turning. Because there's one thing personality can't outweigh: the economy. Turns out people turn on you real quick when you start costing them money, and that is exactly what is happening. They polled Hispanic voters in Texas after Trump's first 100 days, and they already had a 61% disapproval rating, 2 points worse than among Hispanics nationwide. And just this week, Reuters confirmed it's dropped even further, with only 32% of Hispanic voters approving of Trump's performance, and only 21% of Hispanic voters supporting his immigration policy. And now to tie it all together, every one of Trump's policies points at a negative economic impact, because whether Republicans like it or not, there are 2.1 million undocumented immigrants in Texas, and they have only a 3% unemployment rate. They produce a ton of economic output for very low pay, and the money they don't send home to their families is spent at local businesses in Texas. Prices on beef are up, energy is through the roof, and economic activity is down, especially in areas with heavy immigrant populations. Because whether it's coming from an undocumented immigrant or not, all money spends the same. And right now, these voters in Texas are seeing a lot less of it. And it's all thanks to Trump, the predator blob failure, who in just a little over a year will stare seething at Fox News as he realizes his own arrogance helped make him the biggest loser in American midterm history.
People are saying, yeah, oh, that's here. Let me try to make it bigger. It's 2 H's. Oh, that's rich. Right? I like how he uses data. You know, I'm a big fan. The only way you can speak to MAGA is through math, you know, because everything else they just think it's people talking about their feelings. It's oh, that's rich, 2 H's, 10 of 10 recommend follow. Yeah, I'm sure everyone already does, but just saying, 10 of 10 recommend following oh, that's rich. He's like always great. Can we get to 500K really quick before we leave this live? Oh wait, I have one other thing too. I have so many things. I'll show them to you tomorrow, I promise, and all the Jeffrey Epstein things. But I want to show you so many. Okay. I want to show you this situation I guess it's on DC and flag burning. Oh my God. I forgot about this whole section. Wait, let me show you this guy screaming, you know the F around and find out videos of MAGA, this crazy MAGA guy, you know, when Mr. Global plays clips of crazy MAGA people screaming things. I just want to say this because I know everyone in here is super smart. So when you hear Mr. Global's response to this guy, your immediate response is going to be like, and a constitutional republic is a form of representative democracy, which is so obvious. But I just need to show you this. Whenever I see these clips of MAGA people just screaming at people on TikTok, I'm like, what the is going on?
Dumbasses in my comment. To all the dumbasses in my comment section, we are a constitutional republic. Say it with me. Because we have a constitution.
Imagine screaming like this and being so dumb that you don't know the literal definition of a constitutional republic is representative democracy. You are that dumb and listen to Glenn Beck so much that you are that convinced you're making a point. Yeah, we are a constitutional republic, which is quite literally, by definition, a representative democracy. But scream psychotically at people.
To all the dumbasses in my comment section, we are a constitutional republic. Say it with me. Because we have a constitution, that is why we are not a democracy.
Could you maybe tell the President of the United States that? He's the one you should be talking to. see, because while you're all screaming that we're a constitutional republic, you are also at the same time supporting a man unconditionally that does not believe in the constitutional republic in any way whatsoever. This is one of the reasons I don't really believe in American exceptionalism. Because the people who scream the loudest about American exceptionalism are the least exceptional people there are, and make no effort to actually be exceptional. But one of the core tenets of a constitutional republic is the separation of powers. Donald Trump does not believe in that. He believes he holds all the power. Another one is checks and balances. Again, he does not believe in that. Another one is independence of institutions. Again, he does not believe in that. He believes in unitary executive theory, which is completely antithetical to the idea of a constitutional republic. I know, antithetical is a big word. It means the opposite of, okay? I guess my question is, why are you fighting so hard for this country to be a constitutional republic when you don't even believe in that in the first place? Thanks.
I always wait for his thanks. Like, I always wait for Mr. Global's thanks. It's like, I'm so used to hearing, I cannot listen. I have to hear the thanks, or I can't leave the video at this point. But yeah, and also I saw people are saying some good things in the comments. Like, I saw a couple of people saying, yeah, we're like, MAGA's really concerned with this. And that's why I said Glenn Beck. If you're like, why are you talking about Glenn Beck? If you don't know where all of these dumbasses and why they keep saying this, it started with Glenn Beck years and years and years ago. Like, right after, Rush Limbaugh kind of unalived, so that Glenn Beck was like the guy. And then he wrote a book which was based on this, which is idiotic because a constitutional republic is a representative democracy, so it's a really dumb point. But it was Glenn Beck that started saying this, and then it was other dumbass MAGA podcasters like, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. No, it's the opposite, because you guys are constitutional republic is under the umbrella of representative democracy. I mean, take a political science class, you weirdos. It's this. Also, if you took a political science class, that would help you understand how China is not communist and how Cuba is not socialist or communist, and how what Trump is doing now, even though it looked like stealing 10% stakes in companies randomly and bullying them, that's not socialism. That's just authoritarian fascism. Like, that, I mean, you guys could all benefit from a political science class. Wait, hold on a second. What did I said it before? I was scrolling around and I saw this clip and I was like, I need to show you guys. I said I needed to play something. What was it? And thank you for reminding me to reset my gift goal. I'm doing it right now. But there's something I needed to play. Does anyone what did I just say? I was like, I have to show you guys something. Does anyone remember what you guys remember? Everything better than I remember. There was something I was like, I need to show you guys. Yes, got it. Okay, sorry, I recalled. Yes, so about the flag burning thing, I just want to show you how unhappy like MAGA men are. This is like the Barstool bros that agree with Trump on everything, and then they were like hearing about this flag burning stuff, and this is their like reaction to it online, which, I mean, yeah, none of it makes sense, and we should not imagine your tax dollars paying for someone to be in jail for a year who's doing something legal.
You see Trump signing an executive order this morning.
No, for what?
And what the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail.
This is real or is AI?
This is real.
How did I miss this? What? Is this real?
You haven't seen this?
No. Been a busy day, but no, I haven't seen that.
Yes, he signed an executive order where if you burn a flag, you're going to get 1 year in jail.
I mean, I'm not going to burn a flag, but like, that's what America's about.
That's freedom of speech.
Yeah, I mean, like I'll go to jail for a year?
Yeah, you won't. Not 10 years, not 1 month.
I don't like odd numbers, though. I'll do 2 years. Does anybody, like, the Jerry's, do people have his back on this?
Oh, yeah, people are loving this.
Like, Jerry likes that?
Let me see.
No one, where that happens, no one's going to actually arrest you for it. Like, it happens primarily in Democratic cities.
If it happened in D.C. now, they wouldn't arrest somebody for that?
Maybe it's a war zone now.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, I don't know. Well, I mean, you're a military spouse.
That's right.
So, like, would your girlfriend care?
She wouldn't like it, but I think she'd say, don't you don't need to arrest for it. I mean,
Yeah, right. I don't like it. It's a dick move, but like I don't. That is nuts to me. I don't unless I'm missing something.
I need gas cheaper and food cheaper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anybody doing this, by the way, really? Anyway, is there an epidemic of this going on right now?
People see that like protests and stuff all the time.
Okay, this is what makes this country. Protest. I could call Trump a retard. Like, I'm not going to go to jail, although I'm starting to wonder now. Like, is this going to happen? But does that have any teeth that he just signed into
I'm
law?
sure it won't be actually enforced or anything like
Right.
that, because
1 year.
that seems like a judge is ripe to throw that out. If all you're doing is burning a flag, I get if you're like burning a flag and then throwing it on someone, or
Well, of course, you're breaking the law. I mean,
but if you're just standing there burning a flag, I mean, that's like kind of the most First Amendment thing you can
if I was the left, like AOC, I would have a thing this week and get 300,000 people down and burn 300,000 flags. You're going to arrest
They
them
would
all?
love that, though.
Who, the right?
Trump would love
Sure, that's what I'm saying, but what's he going to do about it? Arrest them all? Put them in jail? These fucking jails are crowded. You have people in jail? My tax-paying money's going to be paid for some guy in jail for a year who burned his fucking flag?
That's the issue.
I'm paying for him to fucking eat?
It's a for-profit prison. He doesn't have enough brown people that are criminals. That's the point. Like, that's why he's got to get the flag burners now. And this reminds me, I forgot to show the Jay Corey video, the guy who burned the flag. I'm sorry. I knew there was something I forgot. I need to find this video. So I showed one video of Jolly when they were like harassing ICE. I need to find. There's another video I need to show you guys because this is important. Like wait, hold on. Is the video not here? Sorry, I've got to leave the presentation. If I know I have it, just so little time to add all of this crap. I know I recorded it. It's so after, the Jay Corey burned the flag and then I'm almost there. Oh, here it is. Okay. This is like essentially the aftermath and what's going on with him and his family. Which again, this is a U.S. veteran who was protesting, or a group of about, I believe, 24, veterans who were protesting, and it was a flag he owned, which is it's the correct way to dispose of a flag, and you absolutely are allowed to burn a flag in effigy or in protest. Like, that has been upheld by the Supreme Court twice. He's done nothing wrong. And the thing is, Trump's not putting, that executive order never says put people in jail for a year if you weren't here for the clips I was playing about it. It says to find other related offenses around the flag burning to charge them with. Like, because it's not legal. You can't hold someone to jail for burning a flag. It's totally legal. So this is what has happened since what happened on Monday.
So since your arrest yesterday, there's been some developments. The Secret Service is actively calling your family?
Yes, they are.
What questions are they asking them?
They didn't ask them any questions. I informed my family once I found out to just say I don't answer questions and hang up.
So they called your family had the instructions, don't answer, so they didn't get a chance to ask questions.
Yeah. They called me first thinking it was my wife's number.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I said who I was, they're like, oh, well, you have a nice day, and they hung up.
Really?
Oh, because I was like, why are you calling my family? Why do you want to talk to my family?
And what'd they say?
They just hung up.
So what do you suspect the reason is that they are calling your family?
Oh, they're getting pressure from Trump. They want to make something out of this. I believe they're going to try to file more charges to enforce that bullshit executive order.
To kind of reiterate for everyone, the only charge you got was a simple citation for open fire in a federal park, and you believe that the Secret Service is now digging into who you are, calling your family, in an effort to find more charges on you.
Absolutely, trying to intimidate my family. My family doesn't deal with this kind of shit. They never had to, and they won't tell me why they're doing it. And they're trying to just be underhanded. Little Gestapo tactics going on right there.
100%. So make sure you understand the full capacity of what we're saying here. This is a 20-year Bronze Star recipient, Army combat veteran who exercised his First Amendment right to burn a flag after Donald Trump signed an executive order to try to prohibit this First Amendment activity. And now the Secret Service is calling his family and friends, trying to investigate him. And for what reason, I cannot imagine other than, as you said, intimidation. This is Gestapo tactics. Stay tuned. We're going to follow this. And by the way, if they come at you with more charges, we'll come at them with the full support of social media, the public, GoFundMe, whatever we need. More to follow.
Right on.
So since your arrest
That's what it is. They can't do about you burning a flag, but they're going to look for any related charge around that to try to punish you, according to Donald Trump. And Jen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I love you. Receipts, presentations are hard work. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll be back tomorrow. I have more just from this presentation and more tomorrow. I love you guys so much. We're almost at 4 hours. Thank you for 500K. You guys are absolutely amazing. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. I'm so glad we get to do this together. You guys make me feel so much less alone.